Test 1 2 3. Test Kappa 1 2 3. So hello everyone. This is Exit Feed. I'm SRD27 live on a really long Aton 4. And let's just start the game while I'm doing the intro. So timer starts when I press new game. 3, 2, 1, start. So again, welcome to Exit Fate. First of all, Exit Fate is a free RPG Maker game. And it's literally made by one guy, only one guy. And it have enough contents for a 7-hour speedruns for an any percent. And there's plenty more optional contents that I don't show in this game. So basically, there's a lot of things in this happening in this game. This is also a free game, so they use a bunch of soundtracks from other classic RPGs, and also this game is mainly inspired by the Suikoden series, especially Suikoden 2. And the tile sets itself is also taken from Suikoden 2, such as you see here. This is the tile set of this place right now is from one of the dungeons called RRLAT4. Any Suikoden 2 players would know what I mean. But anyway, yeah, so... Well, there's no actually soundtrack to show here, but anyway. The start of the scene is showing something that actually doesn't make sense for now, but it's foreshadowing something far later in the story. And the opening here, it reminds you of Xenogears, done in a similar style to Xenogears, with the same music of Xenogears intro as well. And you see here the fonts are kind of jumbled up because this run is done on the Linux version, and they have a bit of font issues compared to the Windows version, unfortunately. It's just that the Linux version runs on a much smoother compared to the old Windows version, and which is why I'm doing it on the Linux. And anyway, start of story. So the game's background revolves around two countries that often fight each other, called the Kierguard Kingdom against the State Union of Zelmony. They often fight each other over a territory called Helman Island, an island between two of these countries. And our character will start at the site of Kierguard Kingdom. So the intro will start at Saint Reynard, the capital of Kierguard Kingdom. And we got to see the main character soon. Some ominous flashback that doesn't make sense for now, but it will get brought up later in the plot. And there's our main character. His name is Sephiroth. His name is Daniel. He looks like Sephiroth, but he's actually the main character instead of the antagonist in this one. So first of all, this game is, again, it's kind of like that. Basically, yeah, it basically uses music from a bunch of other games. Like, you'll see music from Suikoden, Xenogears, Final Fantasy, Wild Arms, Chrono Trigger, and Chrono Cross, and yeah, that's it, I think. Anyway, so here it is. So this is the main character, Daniel Vineyard. He's so unlike most JRPGs, Daniel Vineyard is not a young guy. He's like a middle-aged guy, a commander of the he's a colonel in the Kierguard army, and here he's talking to another colonel and his childhood friend Angel. And so Daniel and Angel have another close friend, Jovian, who is about to be promoted to general at the start of the storyline. And yes, this run is also a promotion for Sephiroth into Smash Bros. It's definitely not a coincidence. We have been planning this with Nintendo since months ago. And we got to introduce another character, Bruce, who is also a colonel in Kierguard army. Bruce and Daniel likes to argue each other. In here, they are arguing about it, even sometimes a lot of petty arguments between them. And another character got introduced, Kaser. So he's one of the generals of the Kierguard, and these characters doesn't really mean much for now, but we're going to saw them a lot, playing a lot of the storyline later on. So again, this is just the intro. And yeah, there's plenty of Wild Arms music as well. Oh, and there's one gameplay mechanic that is inspired by Wild Arms as well. I'll get to that later. And this is another general of the Keyguard army, Leonius. So guys, question. Which one of these characters will be the good guys? Which one will be the villain? Which one will betray us? Which one will be dead? Guess what it is. The correct answer will get a gift. And yeah, so this is Jovian, our good friend, and he's just recently promoted to a general. And besides this is Eander, he's the general of the first legion of the army. So basically the top commander of the army. And so Jovian takes Daniel and Angel for a picnic. A bit of vacation just before the war starts. Oh, interesting guess, GP. It's not a bad guess. Oh, that's an even better guess, the viewer. I think you win, but we win that by default. Also, yeah, this is iconic music from Chrono Trigger. Just now we've seen music from Xenogears, music from Suikoden 5, and here's the Chrono Trigger music. I think the upcoming there's a dungeon pretty soon, and I don't know where that one from is actually. I think it's like maybe a Final Fantasy or something. I haven't actually played any Final Fantasy games, so yeah. And anyway, so they are taking a picnic outside the town, and then they notice a sound in a cave nearby. So they go to the cave, looks what it is, and soon we finally got to experience the first battle in this game. The first battle strategy is really complicated. It's really elaborate. One mistake and I might have to reset the run. So they spot a bandit, and the bandit will fight us. And again, a reminder that the strategy is very hard. Don't blink, chat. This is a very crucial moment in the run. Very intense. Very dramatic. There you go. So the first strategy of the first battle is to just smash attack every time. Cause this is at the start, there's nothing else you could do. So yeah, you just smash attack and they'll be dead in like one more turn. Ah! I'm so good. This is so hard. Okay, so yeah, so here's the dungeon. We'll take a chest here. So the encounter system here is kind of similar to Wild Arms. I never actually played Wild Arms, but I heard people saying like this is similar, where you walk around and you get a choice whether you want to. An encounter will pop up and you get a choice whether you want to do it or not. But unlike Wild Arms, so the way you cancel the encounter is by bribing. So bribing costs money, which means money is really important in this game. You need enough money to bribe encounters, because you want to skip a lot of this. It's a speed run, so you want to skip a lot of the encounters, otherwise the encounter will take a lot longer. You know how it goes, Jack Burton. And oh, a boss coming up. So unequipped items. Ash. Brown herb. Just save in case I mess up. And this is the first boss of the game. Still pretty simple, although this boss is actually could be a bit dangerous. And I'm not joking this time. I mean, it's still pretty easy, but I still need to watch out a bit. So he starts with 3 bandits in the back. Angel have a unique ability called Column Strike, which allows me to attack that bandit in the back. Yeah, I think Angel need to use Silver Dust here straight away. And Daniel will use Spark, Fire Spell to kill a lot of the bandits at once. I think it's the only spell you could use for now, I think. Also, Daniel get to use a Magic Crystal Hill. White Ash is just like an item that allows you to use a magic spell without any cost. It's really powerful, and this is suddenly getting dangerous. Hang on, let me just make sure I don't mess this up. Okay. Okay, now oh, let's do Jovian as well. Okay, now that all the other smaller bandits are dead, so we're just gonna kill the bandit lord. It's the first boss, so it's still pretty straightforward. Tactics aren't advanced yet. He'll be dead pretty soon. If Daniel dies, doesn't matter. There you go. So yeah, they mentioned about how in the past, when they were young, Jovian used to take Daniel and Angel on adventures, even though the adventures end up not doing much. But now they will be on a new adventure, which is a war on the enemy country. So a bit of time skip, and now we are going to do the war. So upcoming is a war battle. So this game, just like Suikoden games, they have a war battle mode as well, where you'll control a large army against the enemy army. And yeah, we're gonna get shown one soon. Although the first one is still kind of easy because it's meant to be like a sort of a tutorial. The later war battles are actually genuinely challenging, but at the same time, there's a massive glitch in the war battle in this game, which makes all the war battles really trivial. Anyway, more story time. So again, yeah, we got shown like several characters in the start, plenty of officers of the Kingdom Kingdom, and let me repeat this again. Guess which of these will be the good guys, which of these will be the enemy, which of these will betray us, and which of them will be dead. And here's the king. I think this is actually from Final Fantasy Tactics. And okay, so here's the war battle mode. Okay, so it it plays like an SRPG, like a strategy RPG. And it actually reminds me, I don't know if any of you guys have played Heroes of Might and Magic. Actually kind of reminds me of that as well. But first of all, the war battle mode has a massive glitch. Well, the glitch doesn't really play an important role in this one because this fight is easy. But the glitch allows us to move infinite amount of times every turn, which makes the game super easy. It's like this. Daniel can't reach the soldiers yet, but I could move him twice instead of only once, which is cheating. So if you press the select and the cancel button at the same time, for some reason your unit could move without it taking a turn. So basically you could move infinite amount of times with this glitch. And in the war battles for this speedrun, all you do is just go to the commander unit straight away to kill them immediately. And the war battles end up really quickly compared to how you do it in normal game. Again, still won't really play that significant of a role for this one because this is really simple. And at the end, you get a rating, 100% rating for the first battle, and the reward you get will change based on the rating you get. So we win the first battle. We capture a town and they are resting their army for the further invasion on the Helman Island. So Daniel, he's actually against this war. He doesn't agree that we should conduct this war, and yeah, he was saying about how he wants to try to stop it after Kigard managed to conquer Helman Island. But anyway, surprise attack happens on Daniel's unit. So Daniel's tried to stop it. It came out of nowhere, and Daniel got blacked out for some reason. And he woke up in an unknown town. with no recollection of what happens the last night. So this is an elven town called Alfheim. We got woken up by a elven kid named Fitch. And a bit of talk with the elven elder. And we got to learn that we are in the elven town of Alfheim, and we are actually still on the enemy's territory right now. Although the elf are neutral in this war, it's still near to the enemy territory, so Daniel have to be careful if he doesn't want to get captured. And yeah. And what's going on here? Right, some manuing to do. And we want to go to the magic shop to buy a bit of spells. So one means of the main strategy in the speedrun is to sell equipments, because characters' equipment actually earns you a lot of money. And you want to buy a bit of spells for later on the game. We buy 3 Splash, which is like a water magic spell. And we attempted to go to our side of the territory to figure out what happened last night during the surprise attack. But when we came back, the soldiers say that we are traitors and they are attempting to arrest us instead of welcoming us back. So yeah, we're going to have a fight with them. Daniel won't accept that he's being branded as a traitor, and yeah, we have a fight. We attack each of the soldiers twice. And Fitch is a fire elemental character, so you got to cast the Spark spell with a less mana. Simple battle, and so yeah, for those of you who played Suikoden 2, you see like the huge parallel here with the Suikoden 2 story, where wait, where do I go here? Oh, right. Okay. So you see a parallel with Suikoden 2 story, where you start out in where our home country branded us as a traitor at the start of the story for no reason, and we are left on the territory that is supposed to be the enemy territory. And so Daniel got confused. He decides to visit the capital city of this island named Harlington, to figure out what's going on about that surprise attack. So any one of you who played Suikoden 2 will see that this town is very similar to Muse City. Although it uses a music from Final Fantasy, I think don't know which Final Fantasy, but yeah. And we talked to a Zelmoni officer. He doesn't seem to have any idea about the surprise attack. And I'm sure all of this plot makes sense for Twitch chat, right? I'm sure all of you have been paying complete attention to this. All of you note it down. And just as you want to exit the city, Kierkegaard is attacking this city, so we have to run away. Otherwise, we'll be arrested. And the soldiers doesn't let us to go through the front gate because an enemy will be approaching. So we need to find another exit. So we go to this magic shop. And we'll sneak through the top of the crates. And we get to a dungeon. So this dungeon, you could fight Kugart soldiers as an encounter. Although there's no actual boss fight, so we don't really need to prepare anything, fortunately. Well, or perhaps unfortunately, cause the start of this run, there's not a lot of action going on. And if you go to the right there's two treasure chests that we could take. But the items are cheap, so and it takes like about 11 to 12 seconds to take those chests, so it doesn't seem to be worth the time. And we need to go to the inn. And I think this rest sound effect is also from Xenogears. And so now that the Kierguard army is already started to approach this area, the Elven Elder Khan let us stay here. Otherwise, they'll be treated as harboring an enemy traitor. So he asks us to run away. And an Elven mage named Liusaf wants to accompany us. He's a water elemental mage, which is why we bought like a few water spells earlier, cause he could cast those water spells at a cheaper mana cost compared to other characters. Fitch wants to join us as well, but Daniel refuses because he's just a kid. So Fitch is an optional recruit that we could recruit later on. He's like one of the many optional characters. There's a total of 75 characters in this game, and I think about 28 of them are like story-related characters. So the rest of them is like, I think, what, actually, like about 48 characters in total are optional. And wrong way. So this is a port town, and we try to find a way to run away. There's a boat in here, but the owner isn't here, so we get to find the owner. So we get introduced to a new character, Sally, the sailor. She wants us to pay 60 Arn for the boat trip. The character seems to think that it's a huge price for some reason, even though 60 Arn pretty soon like it means nothing for the game. Because the way the money works in this game scaled kind of exponentially. Like the money that is expensive right now is very cheap in like a few hours time. So we managed to run away from the Kierkegaard soldiers, and we reached the mainland of the Zalmoni State Union. So you got to see the country that was supposed to be the enemy country, and Kierkegaard will be planning to invade this country eventually. So we progress the story by staying at the inn, just like any other RPG. That's how you progress the story. So a Kierkegaard soldier came up here, and her name is Ayara, and yeah, she went all the way here by herself, abandoning her army just to search for us. So she used to be a part of our division, and she held us in a high regard. So she was surprised as well when she hear us being a traitor, and she can't believe it. And so here it is. She tells her version of the story about the surprise attack. So apparently, a bunch of Kierkegaard soldiers came into the camp, and they start murdering a bunch of supposedly allied soldiers. And when these attacking soldiers are captured, they claim that Daniel is their leader, and they are planning to sabotage Kierkegaard in this war. So Daniel is branded a traitor out of nowhere without him knowing anything about it. And here are the Kierkegaard generals discussing about the war. They were surprised that Daniel is betraying in a dramatic fashion like this. And the dialogue here implies that Jovian is the one who's actually conspiring this, who is actually behind this scheme. It's likely that it seems that Jovian wants to kick Daniel away because Daniel is arguing against the war. He was trying to influence others so that the war will be stopped once the Kierkegaard controls Helman Island. And Daniel feels like Jovian purposely set him up to kick him out from the army and take out an obstacle. And so Daniel wakes up and he reaches a resolution where he decides to join the State Union of Zalmoni, which is supposed to be the enemy side. Because whatever the case, whatever actually happens behind the surprise attack, he still disagrees about the war, and the one thing he could do is to try to stop it by joining the Zalmoni. And so we go to Mayfall, a big city, and we try to enlist ourselves in the army. So again, anyone who played Suikoden 2 will see the parallel between this story and Suikoden 2 story, where in Suikoden 2, you start in the Highland Kingdom, and then you got set up and you got accused as being a traitor, so you join the enemy of Highland Kingdom, which is the city-states of Jostone. So yeah, the start, and yeah, similar to this one where you are starting in Kierkegaard Kingdom and you got set up, branded as a traitor, and now you join the enemy country, the Zalmoni. And earlier just now we picked an item called Stone Amulet, really good item. It gives an MP plus 1 MP plus regeneration, which is a really important stat in this game. But one more important thing about Stone Amulet is that it's expensive. So when you sell it, you get 400 iron, which is a lot by this point in this game. And we need a lot of money pretty soon. Back to the story, so we meet Colonel Merrick, who is the commander of the Mayfall army. And he just told us to go straight to the capital of Zalmoni, the Matrak. So this is the part of the story where you start to get introduced to a couple of characters in the other side of the war, the Zalmoni. So this is first Colonel Merrick, and he brought us a scout named Cole to escort us to Mayval. So here's a new character for our party. That's one sequence. Couple more Suikoden references here coming up soon. So we want to go from Mayfall, from the city of Mayfall to another state called Matrak. And to do that, you need to go through this Mayval forest. But apparently, there's a mist monster that has been attacking people in the forest. So mist monster is also like the first boss of Suikoden 2. So another reference of Suikoden early on. Hey, welcome RPGM speedrun community. And well, this game is probably quite a lot different compared to the games run by the RPG Maker speedrunning community. But yeah, still, and probably a really unusual game for an RPG Maker as well, given its length. And another reference to Suikoden 2 here. So this guy Joe, he just pickpocketed our wallet, and yeah, we want to get it back, but he's fast. Just like in Suikoden 2 when Chaco stole our wallet, and we need to keep chasing him, but he's too fast for us to capture. But in this one, we actually try to work together instead of just chasing by ourselves. So Ayara decides to split up so they could surround the thief, and we meet him in this item shop. And there you go, Joe is captured. So Joe is an optional character that we'll recruit pretty soon, because recruiting Joe will be important for us later on. It allows us to recruit another very important character in the middle of the game. That's like but that's still like more than 3 hours after this though, so it's still quite a while. Anyway, we got back our wallet, so we don't actually lose our money, fortunately. Hey, Joe. Quite a pretty common feedback on Exit Fate is actually that some of the portraits are creepy. But said the way the portraits are drawn in this game is not really the same as like other RPG games in general. So yeah, it's a pretty common feedback where people say like the portraits doesn't seem to suit the game, and some of it looks creepy as well. So in this dungeon, for almost all dungeons, we'll just be skipping encounters. So all of these encounters, we're just gonna bribe through them. This dungeon, Mayfall Forest, we'll have to walk through it like about 4 times in this game. So this is the first. And later on, we'll need to go around, in and out between Matrak and Mayfall again. So we have to go through this forest, unfortunately. Again, 3 times. 3 more times after this. And coming up soon is a boss fight, where we'll fight a mist monster. So we actually managed to pass the forest without beating the monster, but seems like another guy somewhere else meet the monster and he shouted for help. So Daniel decides to go back a bit and help this guy. And I need to do some equipment setup. You unequip everyone. Brown herb. Drop brown herb. Focus energy drink. Oh, this is the number. Information. And so the ranger will fight one mist monster and will fight the other. So this mist monster is a lightning elemental, and here we get to see what effect will the effect of elemental differences. So Lysop is water, and water is the opposite of thunder. So his spells deal 30% more damage compared to a usual spell, and which is quite a lot. And you see, his spells deal like about more than 3 times the damage of a regular attack. Like here, Cole could use a spell, but the spell is only like 22 instead of Lisa's spell, which could reach like more than 70. And let me kill Lisa. Important. Ayara make. Let me kill Ayara for safety. Oh, okay. Over. That's pretty accurate, Ignatz. When it comes to most RPG Maker games, I guess. But yeah, this game is made by one guy, and it's as long as a regular console RPG. Like, you could easily get like 30-40 hours of playthrough from this. Depends on how much optional content you want to do. So, really impressive effort just by one guy. Also, earlier we got a hint on a future optional recruit. Like, so the ranger named Richard, he wants to investigate about these mist monsters, and later on the game, if you bring full Lysop back to the forest, we'll get to see the resolution of this mist monster story, and we'll have a few optional characters as well at the end of that mist monster story. But we are not going to do it in here though, because this is any percent. So we are actually still going to do several optional recruits, because some of them are actually really useful. And for those who just came in, so this is alright. For those who just came in, this is Exit Fate. This is a huge RPG Maker game, and even though it's only made by choice. This is a game that involves it has 75 characters in total, and in the speedrun we are going to see about I think 33 or 34 of them in action. And it's a free game, so it uses some copyrighted materials. Like the tile sets in this game is taken from Suikoden 2, and the soundtracks are taken from couple of other classic RPGs. Like it takes from Final Fantasy, Xenogears, Chrono Trigger or Chrono Cross, and Wild Arms, and Suikoden as well. The game story is heavily inspired by the Suikoden series, where it's a story that involves around war and politics and betrayal, and there's a war battle mode as well, where you get to control a large army against an enemy army. So here, back to the storyline, the Chancellor of the Zalmoni State Union wants to meet us, after hearing us that we are from an enemy country who defected to Zalmoni. And there's a dialogue we have to do here. It brought up the background of the Zalmoni State Union. It tells the story of how Chancellor Ryan managed to unite several individual states into a single country. And we're going to meet this Chancellor Ryan, who is a national hero, but he's already old right now. In Ryan seems to trust us for some reason, but the one besides him, Captain Erin, she doesn't trust us because obviously we're from an enemy country, and that's a behavior that we'll see plenty of times from other Kirgard characters, from other Zalmoni characters soon, where others will be suspicious of us, thinking we might be a spy or we might be an ambitious, power-hungry person. And turns out Lisov already known Ryan for a long time ago, although he keeps it silent between us. He keep it as a secret from us. And here Lisov advises Ryan to trust Daniel, and he tells the story of how Daniel have this some sort of force called destiny, which is a force that humans can't really sense, but it's a force where signifies this person will do a significant change in the world, and he sensed the same force with Ryan back then. And anyway, long story short, they have like a history between them, and Yusuf advises Ryan to believe us, and Ryan do. So we are given a task to be an officer in the Zalmoni, and he wants us to recruit more people, which basically means that we need to recruit more characters to progress through the story. So this is the part of the story where part of the game where we have to recruit 3 optional characters. And there's I think about 6 different characters that we could recruit right now. So yeah, we got a couple of different choices. And to do these recruits, we need to return to Mayfall for Matrek. So we need to go through the forest. Again, unfortunately. One of the recruits that we will do requires us to pay a very expensive money to him by this point, but we could actually recruit him fast at this stage if we sell equipments. And that guy is over leveled. So right now our characters are only like level 4 or 5, and we'll recruit a character that is level 18, which is like quite a lot over leveled. So he's an important strategy in the boss after this one, the boss fight after this one. Because otherwise our character will be underleveled and the boss will wreck us. Okay, time to do the first recruit. So this is the first recruit is Joe. Joe is Cole's friend earlier who pickpocketed our wallet. So we bring Cole to him, and Joe invites Cole to try sneak onto the house of a mad scientist. So this mad scientist named D, there's often strange noises coming out of from his home, and nobody knows what this noise about. So nobody knows what he is experimenting with, and so Joe thought it's fun to sneak inside and maybe take something as well. The mad scientist Dig will be a very important recruit later on the game, but we can only recruit him around the middle of the game. There'll be a few hours until we actually see him get recruited. But we need to recruit Joe as well to get him. So we see some kind of weird machine, and he confronts us. And he brought us some kind of robot to try to hunt us down, so we ran away. We'll fight that robot later on when we're about to recruit Deke, but again, that's later on, the mid of the game. So now Joe wants to run away from Amen Corner cause Deke has seen their faces and he doesn't want Deke to catch them. And I'm gonna do some menu. And gonna sell some items and this is how we got more than 1,500 ARN at the start of the game. If you want to do random encounters to get that same amount of money, we'll need to do like maybe about 50 encounters or so, which obviously is going to take forever. Well, maybe not 50, maybe more like 20 or 30 encounters, which is going to take forever. But just by selling items, you get the same amount of money in like a few seconds. And now time for the second character. So in the tavern, there's two different mercenaries to recruit. One guy only requires 400 ARN, which isn't that big, but this guy outsider requires 1,500 ARN, which is really big for this part of the game. And so he's over leveled. He's level 18. And his inventory also have quite a lot of equipments as well, which we could sell. So yeah, an important strategy in this game is to steal our characters' equipment and sell them to get money. And we also want to buy quite a lot of magic spells here that we will use for the first half of the game. Oh, be like Ray, Shadow Cast, Flash. We buy a lot of this spell called Shadow Cast because the dark magic spell in this game is really good, and we have like two dark elemental mages later on who are really good, and we will depend on them a lot, so we will need a lot of dark magic spells to use them optimally. And so we got 2 out of 3 optional characters so far. Now we're going back to Matrak to get the third. Unfortunately, at the start of the story, we need to walk through this Mayflower forest multiple times. Kinda boring. Yeah, the start of this game is a bit slow, but when we reach chapter 4, which is like about 1 hour and 20 minutes into the run, then that's when action starts picks up, where we get to see a lot of battles over and over. And so we are going to recruit the third optional character. So this is... So meet Francesca. She's a goth girl, and to recruit her, we need to bring a dark elemental character to her, and she'll be impressed by the dark elemental character for some reason, so she wants to join us. So outsider earlier that we recruit is a dark elemental character, the only dark elemental that we could recruit by this point. So to recruit Francesca, you need to recruit outsider as well. And now that we got 3 recruits, they get to progress with the story. Nice emote. And so this is Foch, the governor of Matrak. And immediately from the start, he expresses distrust against us and foreshadowing that eventually a lot of people in this country will be not trusting us as well. And now time to get our first mission from Erin. So this is Captain Erin, the commander of the Matrek army, and she tasked us to fight an army of Highland rebels. So coming up soon is a war battle where we get to control a couple of army units against the Highland rebels. And the army battle is this is the first army battle where we get to showcase how broken the glitch is. But first of all, I need to put some characters. So the western state of Highland in Zelmony have been dealing with rebels for quite a long time. And we get Jasper, one of the officers of Matrek Guard, to accompany us. He's a bit overleveled, but there's no boss battles in this dungeon, so we're not actually going to use him. But again, at the end of this dungeon, we'll do a war battle, which will be an intense war battle for, if not for the glitch, but hang on, first of all, I need to do this. So Jasper is only temporarily joins right now, but we get to steal his equipments and gain quite a lot of money from it. And again, here's another guy from Zelmony that shows that doesn't trust us, and he wants us to just leave the country. Because apparently, according to him, that our presence is just troubling Captain Erin. And there will be less troubles in Zelmony if we just run away. Okay, so we got to set up our own army for this. Change cavalry. So this war battle is notorious among the player base because a lot of the army are controlled by AI, because we only control a part of the army in here, and the AI could be dumb and they could kill themselves, which makes it hard for us to get a good rating. But rating doesn't matter in the speedrun. All we want to do is just to finish the war battle as quick as possible. And time to showcase the glitch. So if we press select and cancel at the same time, we could move infinite amount of turns, infinite amount of time for some reason. So we'll just head to the enemy commander's unit straight away and kill him in one turn, which is obviously impossible if you just play normally. So all except one of the war battles will be done this way. And so yeah, all of the war battles will feel really trivial here, although my menu has been sloppy. I haven't done this in a while. Also, Outsider that we recruited earlier also have his own unit, so recruiting him helps a lot in war battle. If we don't recruit him, we will have one less unit in this war battle. And yeah, there you go. That's the water battle. It's over in. So the rating in this water battle will look like this in almost all of it. Like, but the power is very low, cause I only kill one unit, and the power is based on how many units we kill. But the speed and efficiency will be 100%, cause nobody will die. And also the war battles, I will get a D rating because of it. And here we get a peek of what the Highland looks like. So this is Bang, the governor of Highland. And just as a start, he already trying to give Jasper with rewards. Definitely not a bribe, just a gift. And it's a showcase of how corrupt that the people in Highland are and why their rebellions are happening in the first place. So yeah, more of that will come up later on in the story. Hey Alexander, thanks for the good luck. Oh yeah, there's plenty of Final Fantasy music in here. I think they have music from like 6, 7, 8, 9, and Tactics. I don't know which one is which cause I never actually played any Final Fantasy games. So yeah. Also, we got a new mission here. So Arian wants us to try to recruit the magic trainer named Midian. He used to be a senior magic trainer in the Matrek army, but he left because he's a bit he doesn't like the way Matrek army is going, and she wants us to try to recruit him back. So yeah, we have to go to Blackwater and get a boat to go to his island, and that means we need to go through Maple Forest again for the 4th time. Midian is actually an optional character. Like, after the upcoming boss fight, we could recruit him, but we don't actually have to, even though the story suggests us to do it. We're still gonna recruit Midian too, because Midian is very powerful. It's one of the best mages in this game that we will rely on throughout the whole speedrun. And yeah, so for those who just came in, welcome to this Exit Fate speedrun. So Exit Fate is a free RPG Maker game. It's made by only one guy, and it's impressive in a way that there's so many contents over this game for a game made by one guy. It's enough contents to give a 7-hour speedrun, and a regular playthrough of this game will take like about 30 to 40 hours. There's like about 75 characters in this game, a lot of characters, because this game is heavily inspired by the Suikoden series, which also involves like a lot of characters and optional recruitment. It's a game with a story based on like war and politics and betrayal, just like how Suikoden games are. So this game is basically heavily inspired by Suikoden. Although it also managed to do things that hasn't been done on a Suikoden game before, which we'll get to see later on. Anyway, so now we are on a Blackwater port. We want to get a boat to go to Midian's island to try to recruit him. So we tried to find Sully, the sailor who brought us to Blackwater earlier. But Sully is gone. She's going to a different island, and she says she spotted some Kigrat soldiers trying to dig a treasure, dig her family's treasure. So she wants to stop this, and this sailor offers to bring us there. So this is a new dungeon, called Treasure Island. The dungeon here we could easily level up like a couple of levels here, cause our characters are still pretty underleveled. But we're not going to do that though. We're not going to do any optional encounters. We're just gonna face the bosses straight away. The boss would have killed all of our characters easily right now with the low level that we have. Except for Alto, we have one overleveled character, Outsider, that we recruited earlier. And this overleveled character is basically the key to this boss. Oh, I forgot to do one thing. I forgot to buy some items. This isn't good. Uh, I'll try to do this boss, and if this doesn't work out, I'll reload the save where I bought the items. This is not good. So even though Outsider is over leveled, he have a very poor accuracy stats. So we still want to have like equip glasses on him to improve his accuracy. But we forget to buy items, so this might be going really bad. I should have paid more attention to the notes. And so this is Bruce. He's the Kicker Colonel that we've argued with earlier at the start of this game. So yeah, he doesn't like us. This game is heavily inspired by Suikoden, and it uses style sets of Suikoden 2 as well. Although it's like a completely original story, and the character arts are original, like all the character arts and such are original. And hang on, let's hope this works. Kind of. Okay, wow, okay, that's lucky. Good. I stole the wrong. So Joe have an ability called Steal, and you want to steal from Bruce as well, because Bruce have a pretty good item to steal. And Bruce is accompanied by a bunch of soldiers, so we want to kill it as soon as possible. Okay, we made to steal an item and put a couple of spells, and there you go, we did it. Bruce might end up missing a lot here because I forgot to get glasses. Oh hey, someone who's actually playing Exit Fate, that's rare. So Outsider and Lysov is important to keep alive, but the others are not important. They don't really do much, so it's fine if the others die. Lysov could still do a lot of damage with his magic spells, even though he's still underleveled. Okay, that was actually lucky that... I need to kill... No, not yet. It was actually lucky that... Outsider didn't get blinded. So, that Red Storm ability earlier, it has a chance to cast a status ailment called Blind. And if Outsider gets blinded, it'll be hard for him to hit Bruce. But fortunately he doesn't. Uh-oh, another one. Oh, that's lucky. Because I forgot to buy an item that allows me to heal the blind. And if he's blinded, I'm kinda screwed, honestly. Hit? Okay, I'm dead. This is my mistake. I forgot to buy items. Hang on, let me... I'll just get a backup save. Hang on. This one... Apologies for that. I haven't actually done the run in quite a long time, and so let me retry again. Now this is the save where I actually have the proper equipments that I forgot to buy earlier. This is how the run should look like. So this run isn't legit anymore. I loaded the backup save. That's Batman. Earlier, what went wrong is that Outsider doesn't have this equipment called Glasses, which improve his accuracy. And because of that, he missed a lot. Even though Outsider is over-leveled, he's actually sucks. Because as you see, like, even with him being over-leveled, he could still miss a lot of attacks. And F indeed. Hero Strike. Okay, he doesn't get blinded. Very good. 3 characters are blinded, but the others aren't important. The others won't use their physical attacks because they are weak. Dash, blood dash. Overdose. Wow, outsider missed twice this time. This is actually something else. That's still the item, right? Oh yeah, I do. Tombstone is still alive. It's annoying. Let me just use this. Usually I like the cruise, but unfortunately that tool is alive. That mess up earlier kinda throws me off. And I'm pretty slow now. Oh, I haven't used Ice Cube from Yusuf as well, do I? Oh wait, he's I forgot one thing. Outsider is blinded as well, oops. Let me just heal Outsider. So Outsider and Yusuf is important to heal. Important to keep survive, but the others if they die, it doesn't matter. The others are still weak. Yusuf, even though he's under leveled, his magic spells will still do quite a lot of damage. Lightning. There you go. Oh, this fight is actually going well, I think. If only I didn't mess up earlier. How many more times we plan on dying? 69 times. Anyway, so this is the treasure that got uncovered by the Kyrgyz soldiers. It's apparently called Secrets of Zelmony, which make it seems important, but turns out it's only just a receipt from Sally's great founder. So it's so Sally's great grandfather used to be a pirate long time ago, and that is a receipt for a rum. And basically, Bruce has risked life just for a receipt of a rum. And wait. Oh wait, please. Anyway, so now that Sally joined us because we saved her, and now it's time to do the task that we are supposed to do here, which is to recruit Median. So if you already beat Bruce, you could just progress the story without recruiting Median. But Median is really useful. So yeah, we want to recruit him. So there's this wax doll in the corner of the house, and we push this box here, and we push the chest onto top of the wax doll, and turns out this wax doll is Median. So Median is pretending to be a wax doll just because he doesn't want people to distract him. He wants to be left alone, and when we tried, and first Median doesn't want to join us, but then he noticed we are actually from Zelmony instead of from Kyrgyz. So he was interested in why we want to fight for Zelmony, and after a bit of talk, we convinced Median to join us. And again, he's really powerful. He also managed to get the items of the chest. Yeah, we get experience point on dead characters, so we don't have to keep them alive. So the game, a lot of the battles are harder compared to regular RPGs, but the experience system is lenient because it won't punish us for having a dead character. Because I guess the developer knows that this game is not easy, and you often have characters dying. So I guess that's why he doesn't want to punish us for having a character being dead. And Erin told us there'll be a meeting tomorrow, so we go to the inn. Oh, and also for war battles, in Suikoden war battles, sometimes optional characters can permanently die if their unit got killed in the war battle, but not in this game. In this game, there's no permanent death because the war battle it's genuinely hard. It's hard to keep, like, some of your party members will die for sure if you play it normally without glitch. Well, actually, if you manage to play it properly, like some war battles, you could have all of the characters alive, but it's hard to do. And also, there's no missable characters as well. You could recruit all optional characters, uh, uh, even at the end of the game. And earlier, Daniel is retelling the story of him and Bruce, where him and Bruce used to argue against each other, even way back when they were young. And we go back to Erin, and we get a new mission. So Ryan tells a story of an abandoned castle north of this city, and he wants us to take a look at it and use it as a base, or as a military base for in the future. So yeah, we're going to go here to this abandoned castle, and we're going to use it as our headquarters eventually. So again, just like in a Suikoden game where you will eventually get a headquarters for your army, and same with this game. So about time we will get a headquarters, and first of all, weapon outside. So we're gonna just sold some items to get money, and we also want to upgrade Outsider's weapon, upgrading his accuracy so that he actually won't miss for future battles. So this abandoned castle is locked, and to get the key, we need to go to this to a church in this town called Credence, and the priest in there holds the key. But turns out there's another priest. He's an exorcist, and he already borrowed the key from the priest. We wouldn't have known this, and we are supposed to go to the church and talk to the priest, and he will tell us that the key has been taken and all that. But we don't actually need to do that. We could just leave the town straight away without going to the church. And so it's kind of like a bit of sequence break there. And here's a glimpse of the governors of Zelmony discussing about Daniel, where Foch is suspicious that he might be a spy, and he was wondering why Chancellor Ryan trusts him so much and all that. And it's foreshadowing what will happen in the future. So this priest is an exorcist, and he said this abandoned castle have undeads around them, and he said there's a vampire hiding in this castle. He's the one who have been summoning the undead, and he's been hunting this vampire for a long time. So we'll accompany him to this castle, and there's a bunch of undead enemies in the undead encounters in the castle. Although we're going to bribe them all, and eventually there will be some sort of vampire boss. So the first thing we do is, with all characters, is to unequip them straight away after we got them. Anyone who played Suikoden 2 will know that this is a reference to Necklord, where Necklord takes control of the abandoned North Window Castle, and we get to grab it back from him, and we'll use it as our headquarters. Same like this one. So this supposedly this vampire is taking control of this abandoned castle, summoning a bunch of undead, and we are about to fight him. There's two chests that give us like magic spells, and like is the opposite of dark, so it's it's foreshadowing that there'll be a dark elemental boss coming up, that where the like elemental spells will be good against them. A small puzzle here where we need to walk on the doors that doesn't have a cross on them. Okay, here's the boss fight, and I forgot to do the equipments again. This isn't good. What? Okay, never mind. So, okay. So, it turns out a bit of twist. The vampire isn't here, and here's an old man. He's just a regular old man who's playing an organ, and he's the heir to this abandoned castle, and he just returned from another country recently. And the organ that he's playing have a sheet that have a music called the Song of the Dead, and this music summons undead, which is why the undeads are surrounding this castle, but the vampire himself have already ran away. So there's no actual battles in here, even though the game is trying to trick us into thinking that there's going to be some sort of massive boss battle here. Lots of it. Well, yeah. It's kind of like a parody of like the Suikoden to Necklord story, where we thought we were going to fight Necklord, but turns out the Necklord is already gone. Later on, way later in the game, we could actually fight the vampire for real, and him and the Exorcist will be an optional recruit, where after you fight the vampire, you recruit both of them. But that's way later in the game though. It's pretty good. And so this abandoned castle is turned into our headquarters, and a renovation has been going on for 2 months. And I also forgot to mention that earlier, like, we have named our army, our group, the Elysium Army. So unfortunately here we don't have a chance to name our own army or name our own castle, so the name is just given to us out of nowhere. Like, Lusaf recommends, in the conversation earlier, Lusaf have said, hey, what about Elysium Army? And so the characters are fine with it, and there you go. The army name got selected, we don't have a choice with it. Unlike in Suikoden games where you could make up the army name. Anyway, yeah, so here it is. The castle is finally renovated. New army has been stationed in here. We are promoted into to a lieutenant colonel, where we will be the leader of this Elysium army. And so far, the story here has been revolving around the war against Kierkegaard and setting the future war battles, and also our interaction with Zelmoni. But a new plot point will be brought up here. So a mysterious woman pops up. She was asking Daniel some questions that doesn't mean anything to us. That sounds like nonsense. So Daniel tried to ask her who is she, and she gave her name, Brunhild. The name Brunhild triggers some kind of lost memory inside his mind, where it seems like there's a flicker of memory where he used to know a woman named Brunhild long time ago, but he can't remember anything else about it. So this got turned from a Suikoden-ish storyline into something like a Xenogears that involves lost memories. Or at least that's how it is, isn't it? Like I don't remember what how Xenogears story actually goes, but exactly, but yeah. So a new plot point brought up that never been covered by a Suikoden game before. And yeah, true. So her appearance might reminds you of a Luca Blight, the character in Suikoden too. Although she will play like a completely different role. So Daniel passed out and he thought whatever happened might just be a dream. And he still can't make sense of what's happening. Nah, Brunhild isn't the waifu. There are a couple of better waifus in this game. Sorry, Clans. Not being shown yet though. And this is Carson, the Chancellor's assistant. He's joining us in this army. He'll be the guy we talk to if we want to change our party members. And so, the start of chapter 4, we got an invitation from the governor of Highland to have a chat with him. So as we know before, there's a hint that the governments of Highland have a lot of corruption in it, so we get to see it in first hand. First of all, there's a lot of action going on coming up. We need to put some party members in it. Hey, Lance, everyone knows that the Suikoden speedrunners have a worse taste, except me. Okay. Oh, anyway, so this mysterious robed man came in. He asked questions that doesn't make sense for us as well. But he wants to join our army, and for some reason, Daniel completely trusts him. And he's a good mage as well. He's a good dark elemental mage, and he's pretty high level as well. And some equipment to do. Yeah, no, Oh, I forgot to do one thing. Formation setup. And so this is Highland. We get to a new part of the world map, and we get new enemies as well. And we need to go to the capital, Bergstad, to meet with the governor. So just as we enter Bergstad, Alan Soldier confronts us and says the governor wants to meet us in private. So he takes us into a secluded area. I'm sure there's nothing suspicious about this. And we get a sneak peek of a completely different place. So this is Brunhild, and this is Brunhild, the mysterious woman that approached us earlier. And she's talking with the Emperor of Almenga, a completely separate country. So Almenga uses to be a country that fight Kierguard in a war 8 years ago, before the storyline. That's where Daniel and his friends joined the army for the first time. And it's a foreshadowing that they actually will play a role eventually in the future in the story. Anyway, back to the main story. So we get imprisoned by the Highland rebels, and the next cutscene will get triggered by a timer. I think it's like a 20-second timer. So it's the only part of the game where you got to literally wait to progress the story. And there you go. So that's Rock, the rebel leader that we fought against in the war battle earlier. So he captured us, and he want to try to convince us to join his side. And the other guy who smacked us in the head earlier, his name is Joshua. So this is Rock, and his spies managed to grab the info that Daniel is going to Highland. So they ambushed him, and Rock is trying to convince Daniel to join his side. And Rock is telling the story of how corrupt Highland is. So Joshua, the guy who smacked us on the head, his father used to be a businessman, and he refused to pay some bribes, and because of that he was murdered. And so that's just one example of the corruption that spreads throughout Highland, and which is why they are forming a rebel army, and they were trying to break away from the state union. Daniel refuses, of course. So Rock lets us stay in the prison. And a Highland rebel who is actually a spy for the state, he gave us the key to the cell, which led us to escape. And so this is a pretty long dungeon, and most of our characters are under leveled, so we want to do 2 encounters here. And we also want to have Daniel at a decent level as well, because there's a part later in the game where we want Daniel to be at a high level. Okay, that's the first encounter. We get to see side effect before strike. Forgot about it. So this is Shadowcast, a spell that will target all enemies and dealing high damage as well. And the 2 Dark Elemental mages that we have that are really powerful mages by this point in the game. So they are really crucial to this speedrun. Still one more battle to, and also the boss battle coming up is pretty tough as well. So I really like the encounter system in this game. It lets us to know what kind of encounters we get to face before we actually do it. So if it's something we dislike, we could just bribe it and we don't lose any time. Unlike in most RPGs where getting a specific encounters ends up being RNG hell, in this one, we could control the encounters without losing time, usually. Unless we are like getting really unlucky and we don't get the encounters we wanted like a long time. And there you go, that's the second encounter. Oops. And there's a shop in the middle of these mines. Again. There you go. Favorite heal. Yeah, we want to equip brown herbs on everyone so they could heal, except for outsider. Outsider is a melee attacker, which so he could just attack with his physical attacks every turn. But the others, though, for mages, they will have turns where they don't have enough MP to cast the spell. So we want to use those turns to heal. Although the healing item brown herb actually costs some, it's not cheap actually, at least for this part of the game. So you need to be careful on how much you want to buy. So Joshua is actually a very powerful boss. Like if you aren't careful here, he will kill you easily. And also he just like how he killed the spy earlier, just in one shot. And uh, and he also have that ability that could make someone fall asleep. Maybe. Okay, oof. So that's how powerful Joshua is. He could almost one-shot our toughest character. And everyone else on the middle and back row, he could one-shot them if he hits it. And even if his magic spell is pretty powerful as well. Fortunately, he hits the back row too, which have high MDF. Okay, although this fight seems to be going well for now, so still need to. They should be dead soon, I think. There you go. So, press F to pay respects. Thank you, Gibson Pizza. A moment of silence. So we ran away from the mines, but we still have the invitation from the governor. So, and now that Daniel heard stories of corruption in Highland, he's even more eager to hear what the governor have to say about all this corruption in Highland. Go to blacksmith. For that, we want to do some upgrading on our weapons as well. Sell everything except reroll because we want to use reroll. Cider needs a lot of upgrading in the accuracy because his accuracy sucks. I haven't done this run in I haven't actually done a run in quite a long time, so my memory is still slow. And so Daniel confronts Bang about about the rebels and the corruption, and that makes Bang dislikes him for obvious reasons. So we got a possible future enemy in here. But just as we are in the middle of the talk, the Jasper came in and say that we need to return to Elysium Castle straight away because Kierkegaard army is finally moving in, and we finally get to see actual war battle. So we want to buy some stone amulets here now that we have the money for it. Stone amulets give uh, an MP. Stone amulet gives MP regeneration, which is a really important stat in this game because it allows our mages to cast more spells. And first of all, I want to heal. And we want to equip amulet on Daniel because we are going to use him soon. Stone amulets are pretty expensive. They cost 800 ARN each, and just buying 3 of them, we already lost like a lot of money just now. But again, they are very important, and we'll be using them like for throughout the whole speedrun. And so we get the news of how Kierkegaard army have managed to go to Mayfall and start attacking Mayfall. And a messenger from Mayfall told us that they are stationed in the border between Matrak and Mayfall. So it's a good chance for us to attack the Kierkegaard army from 2 directions, from both Matrak and Mayfall, and do a pincer attack. Which sounds good, but Daniel is suspicious that there's a trick they didn't see because the leader of the army is Caesar, from General Caesar, who is known as a famous strategist. So he suspects there's more into it. And I'm sure Twitch chat managed to make sense of all that lore, right? And just as we want to go to bed, turns out a ninja has snuck into the room and trying to kill us. So we kill him with 4 spells, hopefully. And we need to defend when ninja is attacking twice in a row, because otherwise we'll take a lot of damage. Fine, I think. Hang on. Did I mess up? Okay. And there you go. We beat the ninja, and it's actually a dangerous battle. Like, so our Daniel, we never upgrade his weapon, so his physical attack won't do anything, which is why we need to depend on magic. But the magic spells require some MP to cast, so we need to wait for several turns until we get to cast all of those spells to kill him. So we need to be careful in when we are defending and using our healing, otherwise we'll take a lot of damage and we'll be dead. Anyway, that ninja, he's the brother of the soldier that got killed during the surprise attack earlier in this game, and because we are branded as the head of that surprise attack, he wants to take revenge on us. Of course, we know it's not us, so we try to convince him, but he still doesn't believe us, and we just let him go. Oh yeah, this RPG it's pretty obscure, but it still have a fan base. Even though like in the so this RPG is mainly inspired by the Suikoden series, and it it is pretty well known among like the hardcore Suikoden fans at around like somewhere around 2009 to 2012, I think. Although right now I think like most people already forgot about the game. But yeah, it used to have a bit of popularity at around like 2009 to 2012. 7.5 7 hours isn't as bad as some other RPGs. There's plenty of RPGs with like longer, and also the RNG in the speedrun is actually not so bad compared to plenty of other RPGs out there. And oops. And also, if you are familiar with a lot of other RPGs, then you'll probably recognize some of the music in here, because this game uses soundtracks from a couple different classic RPGs. Uh, Entourage is kind of like a reserve, I guess. Like you could put combat party members in it, but they won't take a role in the fight. Although you could swap a party member from the Entourage in the middle of the fight. And here's the story. So Amen Corner, for some reason, is deserted, and we got introduced to these two characters, the two Kierguard commandos. Kind of, I'm guessing this is kind of similar to the dragons in Chrono Cross, where some of them are obnoxious and yeah, but they are strong though, and we have a boss fight against them. You have to be careful against this, because some they might actually be deadly if you are not careful. So we want to kill Trevor first, because Trevor has a powerful ability. Earlier you saw him charging for an attack, and that's the powerful attack, the Dark Slash. It could deal so many damage straight away at the start. Someone... Yeah, outside is more important. Carson, of course, need Carson. I mean, doesn't really matter. Carson isn't as important as others. Trevor should. You know what? Now that you mentioned it, that's kind of funny because the main character here looks like Sephiroth, while the villain looks like Cloud. Well, I mean the villain is a lot different, but his sword is big. That's true. And so we kill Trevor. Now the other guy's sick isn't really threatening, but he has some healing which could be annoying. And he has this ability called Mind Blow as well. It gives a status effect called Mind Blow. You see that on Outsider right now, where you can't regenerate your MP if you have it. Really harmful if you get it on your mage, but fortunately it happens on our physical fighter. And also Trevor earlier said that, Six said that Trevor uses a big sword to compensate for his small private parts. He literally said that. Well, not literally, but he implies that. Anyway, so here we go. So turns out that the enemy army wasn't in Amon Corner in the first place, and we got tricked. And the enemy have conquered Mayfell City easily because we stalled our army, thinking that the army was somewhere else. And this war battle, obviously, we are on a huge disadvantage, so we are meant to just lose in this one. So to finish this war battle quickly, we'll just attack a strong enemy and die in one turn. So in the middle of this war battle, Daniel tried to ask Bruce if he recognized the name Brunhild. And turns out Brunhild is a supreme commander of the Almenga Empire, which used to fight Kiergaard. So that brought more questions to the mystery, even though it's not related to the war battle right now, but it'll be brought up even more later on in the game. But anyway, come back to the main story, I guess, where the army got completely tricked by Kiergaard army, the Kiergaard army under General Kaiser. And oops, I walked to the wrong place. If you played Suikoden games, you know there tends to be a part in the story where we are at a disadvantage and we recruit master strategies to help us by using some kind of super genius trick, and we are about to do the same here. So we meet Arian and Ryan to discuss the war battle, and Ryan tells the story of an officer named Buzz. He used to be have the rank of major in this army, and 20 years ago he managed to beat Kaiser in a battle. Although that was a long time ago, so most people didn't remember that anymore. And Buzz has retired, and he advises us to try to recruit Buzz back. He lives pretty far away though, so we have to walk back to Island to meet him. So a bit of walking here. But at least now we could use the boat to travel to Annecy straight away. So we don't have to walk through the mountains anymore. So if anyone just came in, welcome to this Exit Fate run in really Longathon. So Exit Fate is a free RPG Maker game made by one person, and it has a lot of contents in it. For a game made by a single guy. There's like around 75 characters total in this game, so a lot of characters, and it could give you like around 30 or 40 hours on a casual playthrough. It's like as long as a regular console RPG. And so here it is, we meet Buzz. Unlike the strategies in Suikoden games, though, Buzz here is like a very tough melee attack character. So he has a high strength, high health, high defense, and we'll use him quite a lot throughout this run because he's tough and he's strong. But we still can't use him yet right now. I mean, yeah, that's just how the encounters work. Like, we literally bribe enemies. I'm not sure how we managed to bribe, like, elemental spirits or bribe like monsters. I'm not sure how that works, but it works somehow. If only in real life I could like bribe dogs or cats so that they don't approach me. That'll be good, right? Anyway, so here's a flashback to the story where Buzz managed to trick Kaiser, where basically the point is that Buzz managed to get a lot of information on who Kaiser is, and he managed to trick Kaiser by doing something that seems like really foolish. So Kaiser thought it was a trick, and he have set up an army and ambush somewhere. But turns out it's not a trick. He was just head straight forward with his army on a really foolish way, and because Kaiser wasn't prepared for it, he didn't have the army to deal with his army, and he have to run away. Oh, counterfeit bagel. Actually, SCF is still alive. I contacted him through emails. At first, like around last year, I tried to email him, like asking about game mechanics. I wasn't expecting an answer. I thought his email is inactive already, but turns out he answered like in a few days straight away. And yeah, he is actually still alive. I'm guessing he doesn't have any plans on making a game because it's been such a long time. But yeah, he's actually I talked to him quite a lot about Exit Fate already. Although he didn't really have much to say about like actual sequel plans and such, cause I don't think he have any. But yeah, I am surprised that he actually still answered my email, cause he almost never have any online presence since like 2012. So yeah, I thought he would have like completely abandoned internet or something. And yeah, he told me about like how the damage formulas works, how the hit rates work. Like he grabbed like a stats of the enemies and such, which makes it a lot easier for me to like think of like to route this game, like think of like, oh, who's the best party members and how much should I upgrade weapons and such. Helps a lot with it. Pretty much, yeah, it's insider info. Not something you see every day where you literally ask the developer to give you the game, to give you info about the game mechanics, how to speedrun routing. Even crazier is that he said like, so I've done runs of this other like of certain online card game, Hearthstone. I've done runs of like single player mode of it, and when I emailed him at first, he said like how he recognized my name and he've watched my other runs of completely different games beforehand. It's like such a coincidence. Like I never thought like the SCF himself would have watched my own speedruns. Well, the thing is, this game, I'm the only one who've been speedrunning this, so because this is an obscure game, hardly anyone know this, and well, there's another guy, a Suikoden speedrunner by the name of 01337. He might be here in this chat right now, but yeah, he worked a bit in this game like about 3 years ago, but he stopped, and because yeah, he found some strategies for the early game of this, but yeah, and then I start doing this like last year, spent a lot of time for this, a lot of months to finish this route, because this is such a long game. And there's actually like some, I think data mining scripts on RPG Maker, I think it's actually pretty easy for someone who know how to do it. And someone have actually done that, and they published the scripts. There was someone who published the scripts of this game in GitHub. Although the scripts doesn't really show everything about the game, because there's plenty of information about the game that is like in the game's interface itself, which you can't really access, I guess, unless you have like the source file. But the scripts itself, you could easily decompile it and read some of the way some of the like the war battle, the way the war battle is programmed is like it's all on the scripts, so you could reverse engineer it if you want to. But yeah, again, like I'm the only one who've been working on this, so who knows if only there's been like more runs of this game, maybe there are other like strategies to be found. So here is his boss is telling us his strategy. He wants us to go to Blackwater and rescue the mayor of Blackwater named Shiro. Shiro used to be a war hero, and stuff. Outsider. So Shiro used to be a war hero, but rescuing him doesn't seem to make sense, cause at the end, rescuing a mayor doesn't really do much for in the army. But that's what Boss wants to achieve. He wants to confuse the enemy, making them wondering why we are trying a strategy that doesn't seem to make sense at all. And against someone like Kaiser, apparently that's the best way to get him off guard and the best way to trick him eventually. And I need one stone amulet here, also ground herbs. I like no need yet, I guess. Okay, time for some action coming up soon. So we sneak into Blackwater. A couple of soldiers confronts us, and we'll need to fight 5 different groups of soldiers here. So plenty of encounters to do before we manage to we'll go rescue Shiro. So Daniel doesn't have the MP to use a spell straight away at the start, which is why we'll use this Red Cinder item. And the other uses 3 spells, which will kill all the soldiers straight away. And now Daniel has just leveled up, so he could cast a Shadow Cast straight away at the start, unlike the previous battle, so we don't need an item anymore. So basically the strategy of this encounter is that we set up our mages so that they have enough MP to cast a Shadow Cast at the start, and we kill everyone in one turn. This is why stone amulets are really important. They give us enough MP plus to do all those spells straight away. Because if we don't get to kill them in the first turn, then obviously the battle will be slower, And it might actually be a bit hard as well, because these soldiers will still damage us quite a lot. Especially since we came in here a bit under leveled without doing a lot of encounters in the game. And we can also go to the item shop in this town to buy some items. We also want to buy voice box to... Voice box allows us to cure silence, which is useful for a few other fights later on. And we cleared a group of soldiers, and now we could move on to the mayor's house and rescue him. So the soldiers realize they are getting attacked, so they want to hide somewhere inside the house. Heal. So it turns out the mayor's house is built on the top of like a vault made by a mad king like centuries ago. So here's a room with plenty of puzzles, because it's built by a mad king, and we have to go through these puzzles to reach the basement. So Daniel will figure out the first puzzle in the cutscene, or so he thought. So hey, we thought making the switches have the same orientation as the torches, but turns out it do the opposite, and it summons monster. These monsters have a tough physical defense, so we don't bother attacking with our physical characters, because it's just going to be a waste of time. So if we made the switches have the opposite orientation, then it actually unlocks the door. And so second puzzles, we need to figure out how to move these boxes in a way to get through this room. And the third puzzles, where every time we hit a tile, then the adjacent tiles get flipped, have their orientation flipped, and we need to find a way to get through these water tiles. And you hit the right switch to unlock the door. If you hit the left switch, it will trigger an encounter instead, which will be slow, obviously. The last one is a riddle, but we don't need to go to check the hints, because we already know the answers. So I already played this game before. If we go try to look at the clues, then there will be we will have to face monsters. And so here it is. This is Shiro, and we'll fight a boss, the Kirger captain. So we want to clean up the soldiers straight away, because having a soldiers with a boss will be annoying. Wow. I wasn't expecting that. Okay, otherwise this Killer Captain boss is pretty straightforward. He's lightning elemental, so water spell will do more damage than usual. Cause water is the opposite of lightning in this game. It's low, I think. We should be dead soon, I think. Outsider, don't miss, please. I think Outsider have like around 60% hit rate in this one. This boss have a pretty high dexterity, and Outsider have a bad accuracy. Even if we already upgraded Outsider's accuracy like by quite a lot, like to the max level of weapon accuracy that we could do earlier, but he still missed quite a lot. We used him early on the run because he starts as a bit overleveled, but after this battle we won't really use him anymore. Well, we still use him for a bit, but he's not important anymore because he actually sucks. His accuracy is bad, his speed is bad, and if we keep using him, we'll just miss a lot of attacks and we'll just be unreliable. So because that battle takes quite a long time, so the bunch of soldiers have gathered now, and we have Ayara sacrifices herself to hold the soldiers back. So press F to pay respects for Ayara. The Kaiser heard the news about Shiro getting rescued, and that throws him off as predicted by Buzz. He was wondering if something is wrong with his plan, like why do they go such length to rescue an old guy. But turns out Ayara already returned to the castle even earlier than us. So a bit of flashback. When she tries to hold back the soldiers, turns out another guy, the ninja that was ambushing us earlier, decides to help us. And he realized that we are not the one behind the surprise attack early on in the game, so he should work with us and try to figure out the truth of the incident together. And yeah, basically, okay. And long story short, the ninja joined us, and this ninja is unique as well. He's fast and he has the steal ability, which we will use in the upcoming boss fight. So Bass revealed his plan. He'll have Shiro leading a couple of ships into Blackwater to try to divert some of the Kierguard army into his direction. At least that's the one part of the plan for now. He doesn't reveal the rest, and we'll get to see it later on. And we need to change party members. I mean the army units. And we'll make Daniel a sorcery unit as well, so he could attack from a long distance. So we have a war battle coming up. This war battle is actually genuinely hard on my first playthrough. Like, I think it took me a couple of attempts to beat. But again, with the war battle, if it's glitched, it's massively glitched, where we could move infinite amount of times, so it's easy. Although this war battle is different than the most of it. Well, actually, maybe I'll just wait. Maybe I'll just hold on the explanation until later when we finally get to the war battle. Okay, so here's the story. So Shiro is leading 12 ships, which means there's a lot of soldiers inside, and Kaiser needs to got pressured by his officers to divert a huge amount of the army to Shiro. But even with all that, then he should still have more than enough army to beat us. So in here, start of the battle, we are still outnumbered by a lot. And unfortunately, we can't just use the glitch here to kill him in one turn, like we do in other battles. Cause Kaiser's unit is really tough. Like, even if we try to use the glitch, we still can't kill him straight away. So the battle will still be slow. And so we just do this battle kind of like how the story intends us to do, where we'll wait a couple of turns and we'll see how best strategy folds out. Also, the C rank reward of this battle is actually very good, which is why I want to kill some enemy units as well in the war battle. And here it is. Turns out the ships led by Shiro only have few men, and Boss have set up an ambush in the forest instead. So basically, Kaiser got tricked by Boss, and now we have the advantage in the war battle. I can imagine. So I never actually, I never actually tried to grind for like an A rank for these war battles. I can imagine it's actually very hard. Takes a lot of strategy as well. But yeah, for this battle, what we want to do is get a C rank, because the C rank reward is really good. So let's start. I still have no idea how to actually get A rank on this. Seems like a really hard battle to get one, because the enemies is still a bit stronger than us overall. I made a mistake. Daniel should have attacked. I mean, doesn't really matter probably. Ooh, get the efficient there. Oh wait, okay, my movement was really sloppy there. And so we should get a C rank here. There you go. And we get a Charge Pearl for it. Charge Pearl is a magic item that allows us to cast a level 2 spell. Level 2 spell, it's a really strong by this part of the game. So deals a lot of damage for the upcoming boss fight. And where do I do it again? Reserve, medium, reserve. Oh wait, What is it again? Brown herbs. Brown herbs. Median equip chartwell. Oh, I need to do it. And so now that we beat the Mayfall army, it's time to pursue the Kierkegaard general and capture him. So this whole city ends up being a dungeon where you could fight Kierkegaard soldiers. Of course, we'll still skip the encounters, because this is a speedrun. This battle should be safe, but I thought all the safe just to make sure. The upcoming boss battle against Kaiser here have quite a lot of things happening. It's easy, it's actually pretty straightforward, but there's still quite a lot of things happening. Because one thing we want to do is to use Rorschach to steal Kaiser. So, not yet, but Kaiser, if we steal his, we could steal an item that costs 3,000, that could be sold for 3,000 ARM, which is quite a lot of money. So yeah, we want to steal that item to get a lot of money. Nice. Got it straight away. Okay, now that all the soldiers are dead and we managed to steal the item, then the rest of the battle is pretty straightforward. We'll just swap back Rorschach to Outsider. Not like we're really going to use Outsider. And this is Charge Spell, a level 2 spell, deals a crazy amount of damage by this point in the game. 447 compared to other spells which is only like less than 3 times. It's like more than 3 times lower the damage. Also I need to heal, most likely he doesn't die. Actually, Outsider, this boss have a high physical defense, so Outsider attacking hardly deal any damage there. Boss do deal quite a lot of damage too, because boss weapon is already at a high level already. Which is one reason why boss is really good for this speedrun. You don't need to... Well, you still want to spend a lot of money to upgrade him later on. But for this fight, his weapon is already at a good level. Well, if you want to upgrade the weapon of other people's, you need to spend a lot of money. And so we recaptured Mayfall, we completely beat the Kierkegaard's 2nd Legion, and Kaiser is captured. And it's a complete victory for now. But of course there will be more. Kierkegaard still have like 2 more legions coming up later on. So more war battles coming up. And Buzz and Shiro decides to join our army. So we got 2 more characters. Both of them are... Buzz is really useful. And for like... Until like... Maybe like around late game. And Shiro is pretty useful as well. So we still use him quite a lot as well. Both Buzz and Shiro's weapon are already at a decent level. And their level itself is also pretty high. And... yeah, we don't need to spend that much money to upgrade them, to upgrade their weapon. Well, I mean, we do still spend quite a lot of money, but if you want to use other characters that we have as a physical attacker, we need to spend even more money, which sucks. And now that the battle is over and there will be no war battle coming up soon, Daniel decides to go to the university city Faraday. He wants to talk to an expert in memories to figure out what's going on with his recently lost memories, because he figured out that he has some lost memories inside him that he can't remember. He only managed to remember like a very small glimpse of it. And we'll get ourselves introduced to the last state called Oishin. And arrange video. And video. Oh, really, Yosarion? Wow. Hang on. This is wasn't expecting some. Yeah, I've read about the background of this game where he used to be making this game on a on a Final Fantasy forum, I think. And now that you mentioning Mist, we are going to see him soon. So we're going to Mist House. We're not going to recruit him though. We just go here to steal his item. So he have this charge jet equipment. Is really useful. We'll talk to him, but we're not going to do anything with him. And yeah, I've heard a story about it where the characters' names are based on like the username of this forum. Although that was I think long time ago. It's like in 2003. It's like on an older version of this game which isn't available anymore. Mist is actually really useful. I'm actually routing in the middle of routing of like a post game run of this, where you have to recruit all characters and beat all the post game bosses. And Mist is actually really useful on that category. We're not going to use him here though, cause Mist takes forever to recruit. See, Bastin. But yeah, in this category, we visited Mist House just to steal his item. The Charge Jet is it allows us to cast a level 2 Dark Spell, which is super strong by this point in the game. And there's not this boss, but another boss coming up that will be very fast by using this Charge Jet. Actually, you know, Yusarian, now that you mentioned you've played this older version of the game, I wonder how different it is actually. Because I read that there's some like key differences in it. Although I think SCF said that the story is mainly the same. Oh yeah, Mega Slayer, because the tile sets are taken from Suikoden 2. Because yeah, the tile sets aren't original. It's taken from Suikoden 2, which is why a lot of it kind of looks similar. Also, Yosarian, I have another interesting story about SCF, but oh, hang on. I'll save that until I finish this boss. This boss is a pain in the. Do this again. Here's the next boss. Brown herbs. Green glasses. Lightning rod. And okay, so yeah. So basically, this Exit Fate is a game that is heavily inspired by Suikoden. And yeah, he also uses style sets from Suikoden 2. Although the character arts are original. So this boss, if you are not careful against it, you could easily be killed. We get introduced here to a status effect called Freeze. So after this, the boss will inflict a freeze status on one of us. And freezes means that if anyone who's frozen got hit by a physical attack, they'll die immediately. So we need to move the frozen character into the back row, which is what I did just now. And every few turns he'll freeze someone, so I made a mistake. Oh, I should have Shiro healed there. Okay, fortunately he didn't die. Okay, Outsider is frozen, which is good because we could just swap him with Daniel. Outsider is useless. I don't really care if he's not leveled up. So swap Daniel. I could have healed Daniel. Whoops. That's a mistake. You know, forgot that. Okay, if Lisa die by this point, I think it's fine. But Lisa still have some MP, so it's kind of a waste if we let him die, but whatever. I didn't do this perfectly. Miss again. This boss also have a pretty high dexterity, so our physical characters could miss quite a lot, unfortunately. And this looks a bit spook. Okay, there you go. Alright, so Yosarian, right. To continue the story, so SCF, he's actually still alive. Like last year I tried to email him asking him about the game mechanics. I was expecting no answer, because I thought that email would probably be inactive, but he answered in a few days. He gave all the answers about the game mechanics and such, and yeah, I end up talking with him quite a lot about Exit Fate, and he's pleasant to talk with. And yeah, he helped quite a lot in the speedrun in the routing of this as well. But he told me like the damage formula, the hit rate formula. And yeah, I was surprised that he actually replied, because he almost have no online activity as far as I know, like since 2012. I've read about how that the main character name was Divine in the old version of this game. So I guess that was his username. That makes sense then. And so yeah, so Daniel reached the university city, and he meets this a person named Cantor, who is an expert in hypnosis and memories. So Cantor will try to perform hypnosis on Daniel, so Daniel could try to access his memories literally. So we get a flashback to Daniel's distant past, where 8 years ago, he joined the army to fight in a war against the Almenga Empire, where the Almenga attacked Kiergard, and Daniel, alongside his two childhood friends, Jovian and Angel, joined the army to defend the country. And we get a flashback on that war, where we get to play as young Daniel and young Angel. So in this flashback, we have access to the magic spells that we owned, but we can't change our equipments, and all the characters are at level 1. And the magic spells actually played an important role in the upcoming fight. So here's a fight against Almenga soldiers. The magic spell do a lot more damage compared to regular attacks at when you are at a very low level. So you'll do most of your damage with the magic spells. So you attack each of these characters once. And on turn 4, both characters will have enough MP to use a splash. Okay, in the upcoming fight, we are going to fight 5 Almenga soldiers and their formation is kind of weird. So the movements are actually kind of complicated here. I need to actually pay some attention to my notes. Where each turn, the movements of each characters are different. Column strike top soldier. Bottom soldier, defense. So Angel have a unique ability called Column Strike that allows her to attack one column at less damage. Spark. Take bottom soldier. Angel. At bottom. And Shadowcast. Okay, and yeah, when you do that fight optimally, you could finish it 4 turns. You want to set it up so that you have both Daniel and Angel cast a spell, and you want you want all the soldiers to die after the second spell. So Daniel tried to question the Jovian in his mind on why he is betraying him, but he doesn't get any answer. So, and the flashback shifts to his own hometown, Lavier. And hopefully by going home, he could solve the mystery of this unknown woman in his past named Brunhild. So there you go, it's Brunhild, finally time to confront her, but then it suddenly shifts into himself. And this other version of himself try to convince us that Brunhild is fake, Brunhild is a deception, and he needs to trust this other Daniel instead. But Daniel got scared and he ends the hypnosis. So more and more of the mysteries got popping up. Jan Anwa told us to not surrender to this other version of ourselves. So Jan Anwa seems like have an idea of what's going on, but he refuses to tell further. And time to continue. So, and we got an invitation from a priest in the Kanto Temple. So, Kanto Temple is one of the main cities in these Oshin states, outside of Faraday. And one of the priests, Deus, invites us to meet him, and he'll ask us to help them with a mission. So, new dungeon coming up soon. One amulet, voice box, 2 stone amulets, one stone amulet, herb. Oh, hang on. Ooh, also characters are pretty dangerous, isn't it? Okay, formation done. Now we're going to do some shopping. We're gonna sell a lot of items and get a lot of money. Upgrade weapons a lot. What does mean? Why? It seems like I get a bit more money than usual. I hope I don't accidentally sell something that I'm not supposed to. I think I'm fine. And so we meet the leader of the priests and the Kento Temple, Gallius, and he also acts as a governor of the Oshin state. So unlike the other governors, he actually is positive. He actually have a positive thinking about Daniel, thinking that Daniel might actually be an actual loyal guy instead of a spy. And he requests us to help the temple with an issue where recently they've been attacked by elementals, by water and ice elementals. And because the state army is too busy with the Kirgard war, there's no one else that could help them. So he asks Daniel to go to the source of this elemental and try to defeat the mages behind this. And okay. And so they track the elemental sources to a mansion near the temple. And here we get a sneak peek of the villains behind these elemental attacks. So that's Orlando, the water mage, and Ice, the ice mage. And they have another ally named Boris, who is a supposedly noble knight, who's looking for a battle. And so he found the battle by fighting priests for some reason. And the leader here is Tiamat, Dark Mage. Boris named the group Caretakers from a bad pun. And there you go. So yeah, we got introduced to a couple of new characters, new interesting characters. Their story will be flashed out even more. The wrong side. So there's two wings in this mansion. There's an ice wing and a water wing. We go to the ice side first, and we have to fight a couple of ice elementals. And later on, we also have to fight water elementals in the water side of this mansion to unlock the central door. Basically, there's 3 battles to do: the 2 elemental fights and the boss battle. Ice elemental is pretty easy. So, the water elemental though could actually be dangerous later on. Shadow flash. Guess again. Someone else die, please. Oh, actually, not sure. So that's the ice side of this mansion. So we'll go to the water side. So the water room here have those puddles where if we step to it, we'll go to a battle. So yeah, we want to avoid that for sure, cause this is a speed run. If we could have less battles, then that'll be better. So we need to watch out here. Need to carefully walk around here. I don't want to battle this one as well. Oh, and the next room have some moving puddles. But if you move it this way, then it's easy to avoid the puddles, because the movements are fixed. Fortunately, it's not an RNG there. And here's water elemental battles. They are more powerful than the ice elemental. Their magic spells actually deals a lot of damage. And they could cast silence as well, which doesn't happen fortunately here. As you see, Shiro died there pretty quickly. But they could cast silence to the... They could cast silence as well, which if it hits our mage, then they can't cast their spells, which will make the fight slower. And we usually have to need a lot of healing as well after that, because those water elementals deals a lot of damage, so a lot of herb wasted there. I'll save. Save. And now that the central room is unlocked, we get to fight. We get to fight the caretakers. It's a unique boss fight where we'll fight like multiple people, like 4 people instead of like only one single boss, 1 or 2 single boss. It's a messy fight, but we have double charge jet. So charge jet is a magic crystal item that allows us to cast level 2 spell straight away without any cost. And level 2 spell by this point is very strong, because if we were to use it normally, it costs a lot of MP. We need to wait like a couple of turns to use it. But if we use the items, then yeah, we use it straight away and it deals a lot of damage. The silence sucks with it. Fine. So double charge jet, a lot of damage straight away. Hopefully we can keep killing them straight away. So ice did already in 1 turn. Get chaos. That a bit dangerous. Chaos is silence. I try to kill the silence, I guess, but I need someone to actually use the voice box for that. I guess I should pick now. Oh, hang on, that's not silence spirit. Never mind then, I wasted that voice box. Okay, Tiamat's dead. Tiamat and Ice are the most dangerous ones in this. Oh, I could actually use this. That's weird. Not sure if I actually have to there. So Tiamat and Ice are really dangerous. They could deal a lot of damage, and Tiamat could cast a status called Chaos as well, which makes it makes Shiro, you can't control him and basically makes him useless. So you want to kill both of those as soon as possible, which is fortunately easy because of the charge jet, and the other 2 characters are easy after you clear them. So yeah, that boss battle usually only take like maybe a minute or so. Less than a minute sometimes, even though it involves like 4 characters and such. Yes, it's an RPG Maker game. And now Deus joins us, and now that we finish our mission, we need to go back to our castle. And yeah, so this is a free RPG Maker game made by 1 person, but it has so many content in it. It's impressive in a way that 1 person could make such a huge game. Quality content as well. And hang on, what? Wait, what? Hang on. I think I'm missing something here. No, actually I think it's fine. So earlier we buy Quartz Amulet, which costs a lot, like 7,500. It gives plus 2 MP regeneration, which doesn't seem a lot, but it's actually really useful throughout the rest of the game. And yes, yeah, basically all the character arts are original, and there's like 75 characters from your own side, and of course there's couple other villains as well and monsters and such. So a lot of original artworks here as well, just made by 1 guy. And we want to buy this Eclipse spell because it's really useful as well. So that's the first time we buy a level 2 spell. And now we are in a position where we could start using level 2 spells pretty early if we set up our MP status right. There's also like this game is like a very high production value. Like there's a lot of story, a lot of artworks, a lot of coding as well. Like there's a lot of things that you can't just make with a simple RPG Maker interface here. Like the war battle, that was a completely original code, because RPG Maker doesn't have a feature to do such a war battle. And there's a couple of others like this, some of the gameplay elements and such that you have to code manually instead of using RPG Maker interface. And so when we go back to headquarters, we receive a news that the Highland rebels have sided with the Kierguard army. But since the state army spies managed to catch up this news fast, they thought they could take advantage of it somehow. And Daniel decides that he could try to negotiate with the rebels to have a truce, so that they have a truce with the state union and to let us focus on the fight against Kierguard. Of course, then Daniel realized soon that it won't be that simple. Like he'll be standing in the middle of two sides that hate each other, and chances are Daniel gonna be blamed for whatever anything wrong happening. So he figured out a plan. He also figured out Rock have the same plan in his mind. So we go to Harlan again and to talk to the rebel. There's a lot of dialogues here coming up before we finally reach the next dungeon, unfortunately. This is the start of chapter 5, there's a lot of action, but once we reach this part, there's so many dialogues before we get to the next part of the action. We'll have a war battle coming up pretty soon, but the war battle, again, we're just going to use the glitch to make everything really trivial. No, this is the part of the run where I could like switch my mind off and just mash dialogue buttons without thinking. And so we got to meet the rebel leader, Rock, again. And Daniel figured out that Rock intentionally leaked his secret plans to the state army spies. Because and Daniel thinks the Rock have the same idea in his mind. So both of them came into an agreement. And in the middle of that secret argument, we got a sneak peek of the upcoming war battle. So this is Trevor and Sig, the Kierguard commandos, and now they got promoted into into an army commander, because there's a lack of officer right now in the Kierguard army after the second legion got completely defeated. And Leonis immediately see that Trevor and Sig are incompetent, and he started to getting sick of this war. And apparently, Daniel managed to make Highland rebels agree to set up a truce between them and State Union. And so we go back and we'll have a war battle. And just before the war battle, so Bas is trying to convince Kaiser to join to our side. So Kaiser has been held as prisoner. And Bas asks Kaiser what he thinks about Daniel's status as a traitor. And Kaiser, while he don't think Daniel has been the one behind the Kelsinger incident earlier on the game, doesn't change the fact that Daniel is a traitor and such. But whatever the case, Bas still tries to convince Kaiser to join us, and to do that, he shared the upcoming plans of Kiergaard. And that managed to convince Kaiser that Kiergaard is on a losing path soon, and it's pointless to continue the war. So he agrees to join us. So Kaiser will be another army unit leader, although that doesn't really relevant in this one. Hang on. Set up. So that's not really relevant because we have the infinite movement glitch, which is gonna make war battles trivial. But if you play this like without the glitch, this is actually a hard battle as well. I think our enemy have like a lot of army here. Like if we don't recruit characters, we'll have like very few army compared to the opponent. And the enemy commander is tough as well, and an archer as well, so he could snipe us from a distance. But we are a cheater, so we're just going to use the glitch and kill the enemy commander straight away. But this guy is pretty tough though, so we do actually need 5 attacks, which is quite a lot. Movement is sloppy. And there you go. Again, just like most war battles, we only kill 1 unit. So our rating will show that our speed and efficiency is 100%. But the power is very low, because power is based on how many units we kill. And we only kill 1 unit, so we get a D rating. And so, back to Highland, the rebels have supposedly been in a truce, but turns out they lied. They break the truce and they captured Highland. And so here it is. We received the news that the rebels have won. The Highland have been taken control by the rebels and Zelmoni, and has been separated from Zelmoni now. And a bit of flashback to the secret meeting earlier. So Daniel knew that this was Rock's plan all along. That he wants to. So Rock revealed to Daniel his plan of setting up a fake truce, so that Rock will take the blame and Daniel as the messenger wouldn't be blamed for this. And Daniel agreed to this plan because he also realized that Highland have a lot of corrupt government. So he believed that if Highland rebels won, it'll be better overall for Highland. And here it is probably the only time ever in any RPG where we saw a character got lynched to death. Also, I'm sure all of that lore makes sense for Twitch chat, right? So still plenty of dialogues until we get to the next dungeon. Yeah, this is actually like not that interesting part in the speedrun, because I think from the previous fight till the next fight there's like a 20-minute gap, 20 minutes of like dialogues and walking. And there's a war battle in the middle too, but the war battle again it's trivial, you just use the glitch. Okay, thanks for the raid, Autumn. And we get a new mission now, nothing related to the war. Apparently there's an archaeological ruins discovered recently, and there's some dangerous beasts in it, so he wants us to go there and kill the beasts. But at the end there's also apparently another acquaintance of us requested to meet us at Elysium Castle. So before all that dungeon happened, we need to meet her and have a bunch of dialogues. And for those who just came in, so welcome to this Exit Fate speedrun in really longathon. So this game is a free RPG Maker game. Even though it's a free and it's made in RPG Maker, it has a lot of contents in it, a lot of quality contents. Enough to create a 7-hour speedrun. And this game is heavily inspired by Suikoden, and also features soundtracks from like some other classic RPGs like Chrono Cross, Chrono Trigger, Final Fantasy, Wild Arms, and all that, Xenogears. And so we meet Angel, our childhood friend, who is supposed to be in the Kierkegaard army, and is supposed to be our enemy. So a lot of lore dump here. Even though there's already a lot of lore dump in like the previous couple of minutes, and we'll have even more. So here's Daniel saying how he thinks Jovian is the one who betrayed him, but Angel got mad. And here's the only time we see Angel's eyes got opened. So she's not actually blind. And Angel is upset that Daniel thinks Jovian is the betrays him. Because she thinks Jovian is also suffering from all of this incident. And Angel reveals a part of the past in Daniel's past where there are times where he lost his memory. And one time on a desperate situation, he managed to slaughter a lot of enemy soldiers. And Daniel acts as if like he have no memories of it at all. So apparently there's another side to Daniel that even Daniel himself didn't know about. And she also leaked a secret plan from the Kierkegaard army where Jovian has managed to sneak in his army little by little using ships without getting caught by the state army, and he is going to launch a surprise attack pretty soon. So she let Daniel have a choice between helping Kierkegaard win the war or helping State Union. And again, I'm sure all of that lore makes sense, right? And so even more plot dump. So Daniel asks Angel about Brunhild, and Angel revealed that Brunhild was Daniel's sister that Daniel somehow never thought about at one point. So apparently Brunhild at one point ran away, and Daniel told Angel and Jovian to never speak about Brunhild again. And they assume that Daniel is just being traumatic, and he just want to pretend all of this doesn't happen to cope with the event. But turns out it seems like Daniel's memory got blocked by some sort of artificial means. Okay, finally, the actual action going to happen soon. Oops. So again, we earlier had a get a mission to go to an excavation site and defeat the dangerous beast inside. And the upcoming boss could actually have a small chance of completely killing us. So I might have a chance of having another reset. Not a reset by I mean like having to load another save. And dungeon is also pretty long, and we are a bit over leveled as well. We are a bit under leveled as well. Although the previous elemental dungeon already provide us with enough levels so that we our level is still high enough to beat the boss pretty fast. Even though it's still a bit risky, and there's some treasure chest as well. And so this ruins is named Fading Dream. And Fading Dream have some puzzles in it. So this puzzle, you have to press the two buttons simultaneously, and so our characters figure out that they have to be at the two positions at once. Might be the only time I've seen in any RPG where a puzzle actually got incorporated into dialogues. Because usually in an RPG, when there's a puzzle like this, it's like completely separate to the actual story. And there's a bit of glitch in this puzzle room. The vertical walls, for some reason, you could walk through it, which makes the puzzle quite a lot faster. We could take that. Treasure chest as well earlier, if we want to, but the contents isn't useful. Quartz amulet, and we gave the quartz amulet to Median to set him up so that he could cast a level 2 spell on turn 2. So Median plays a really important role in this boss fight, and there's a chance that the AI could kill Median with his spell before Median get to cast his early spells, and when that happens, I just have to reset. So the Wyvern here have 2 wings. The wings are really strong, and I need to kill them as soon as possible. If they don't get killed early, then this fight is completely messed up, and I'll just reset. I'll just reload the save. Okay, Median isn't dead yet. Okay, hopefully he didn't put on Median. Good. And Median does Eclipse, and I'll be close to killing the wings. The wings again are really powerful. Okay, now that's good, I think. Okay, now that the wings are dead, this boss is pretty straightforward. But there's another thing to this boss. So we have Daniel and Angel in our entourage, and coming up soon we'll have to use both of them. So we want to level both of them. So just before the boss is dead, we need to swap 2 of our characters with Daniel and Angel. So I need to pay attention to the numbers properly to figure out when to actually swap them out. Because if I don't swap them, then they won't be leveled up, and the part after this will be really slow. Yeah, I think should be soon. Oh, hang on. Okay, after this, time to swap. Hang on. I'll swap Shiro with Angel and swap this with Daniel, and he should be dead soon. There you go. And let's see how much. So Angel was level 2. Let's see how much she levels up. I'll let the experience animation rolling throughout until it finishes. And there you go. She levels up from level 2 to level 30 immediately, so she catches up with everyone else straight away. That's the way this game's experience system works. It makes it easy for a low-level character to catch up, because there's a lot of characters in this game, and yeah, you want people to be encouraged to use a lot of characters, but if they are at low level, it's hard to use them. So they make it so that it's easy to catch up. So Angel reminds Daniel of the fact that Kierkegaard is going to have a surprise attack soon, and she asks Daniel to make a decision about it. So of course Daniel got confused with such a heavy decision, and yes, this is Suikoden 6. That's correct. Well, I guess AU then will be the Suikoden 6. This is more like a Suikoden tier Chris, but it's actually a good Suikoden tier Chris. Unlike the actual Suikoden spin-off, which is like, well, unfortunately not so good. But yeah. And so Daniel found out that there's a different decision that he could make instead of just helping one side or the other. And here it is. So Kierkegaard caught Matra got caught by surprise, and Daniel launches his army in between them. But instead of helping one side or the other, he basically tells both sides to back off and to stop fighting. And if any sides will move forward, he'll back the other one. So Jovian realized that with him getting discovered, he can't conduct his plan anymore, and he retreats. So Erin told Daniel to pursue Jovian, but Daniel refuses because he wants the war to be over. And so, because he refused Erin's order, he got arrested for treason. So Daniel got prison, and of course the people in Zalmoni now started to mock Daniel and to trying to pressure Ryan to keep him away from power completely, and whatever. Bunch of dialogues coming up, and very important part of this run gonna come up soon, where there will be a 1 minute and 20-second cutscenes where there's no dialogue box. So it'll be after this dialogue. So Daniel's in prison, and a lawyer is sent to him, a lawyer by the name of Biao. And so Daniel tells all of his story to Biao, and Biao decides to defend Daniel. I'm not sure how to actually pronounce Biao's name, so yeah. And again, let me repeat. So this is around the middle of the run, and a very important part coming up soon, which is the 1 minute and 20-second cutscene where you don't need to mash the text box. And I could use it to go to toilet. So yeah, I have to thank the developer of this game, SCF, for making this cutscene right in the middle of the game. It's a perfect time to go to toilet, and I'm sure he designed that cutscene with the mind of someone will speedrunning it more than 10 years after the game is published. Bo, okay, okay, that makes sense. There you go. Feels good, man. Enough time to wash my hands as well. Oh, and this lawyer bow is actually he's a good mage. He'll join our party later on. He'll start the party at like a low level, but he's actually a decent mage, and we'll use him for a bit later on. Anyway, so Daniel got sent to trial. Probably the only time you see a trial in in a JRPG besides Chrono Trigger. Not sure if there's any other. So Daniel already feels that the trial will be biased against him. And they planned a fake witness, where this fake witness claimed that Daniel asked him to act as a spy against the state union. So it's obvious that this trial is a setup and it's corrupt. And so even though it's not proven that Daniel have the intention to betray, he still got relieved out of command and he'll still be under arrest for now. So Daniel realized that it's only a matter of time until he get executed. And of course, our party members doesn't like this and he wants to rescue us. So we are forced to use Ayara, Angel, and Shiro in this scene. And also one more, he will get Cole as well as our party. So which is why we level up both Daniel and Angel earlier, because we have to use them in this part. We'll put Ayara on the reserve because she's useless. And we'll have 3 fights against Matrix soldiers here. So the strategy is based on having Daniel cast Eclipse, the level 2 spell, which will take like 3 turns to cast, because it takes a lot of mana, but it deals a lot of damage compared to any other spells by this point in the game. Most of them should be dead here, not everyone. And okay. We'll do one that are injured. And Cole is also leveled up now, so he could actually do something as well on the next battle. The Matre Corporal there is a bit tough. So we need Shiro to attack him once. And Paul can cast a spell too, makes this fight a bit faster. Probably don't need to heal there, but whatever. Oh, Angel could have just request this. lives and they all should die. And now from now on we're going to stop using the main characters for quite a while because the main character is mediocre for now. And a reference to a Suikoden 2 scene here. So this is a Rorschach breaking the lever that disabled them from closing the gates. And when Daniel approached them, he said like, "Do you want to fight the leader of Elysium Army?" And the soldiers ran away. Similar to the one scene in Suikoden 2, where Rio in Muse is surrounded by Howland soldiers and the gate lever got broken by Chaco. So anyone who played Suikoden 2 might remember the cutscene. Anyway, back to the castle. So this is Jovian. He's siding with us. He doesn't want to see Daniel get captured. And the Matrix soldiers is approaching Elysium Castle trying to arrest Daniel. So we are going to fight the Matrix army. So now we have defected and going to fight Zelmoni. So we have Jovian with a bit of army there, but that's controlled by the AI. Doesn't matter though, cause again, what we'll do in war battles is use the glitch to kill the enemy commander in turn 1. This battle could be pretty messy, I think, if you played with the glitch. And so we won, and the Matrix soldiers failed to capture Daniel, but Daniel is just left being clueless on what he should do for the future. And because his soldiers also doesn't know what they should do. Like some of them already started to leave the Elysium army and return to Matrak. And so Daniel still want to try to stop the war. Perhaps he thinks this is the time where the war could be stopped, but turns out the State Union still want to continue the war, even though they are at a disadvantage now. And so here Daniel makes a decision where he decides to fight Zelmoni and to end the war, because Zelmoni is the one who's keep prolonging the war. And he tells the soldiers that anyone who wants to leave this army and rejoin the State Union, feel free to do so. But he believes that the best way to ending the war is to join Kierkegaard and stop the corrupt government in the State Union. And basically we switch sides now. Yusuf advised Ryan to surrender and lay down the position of the Chancellor, but Ryan refused. He still believes that he wants to fight for the State Union. And about half of the Elysium army has left have gone back to State Union, but half of them stays. And here's Bill, the previous lawyer, the lawyer that previously defending us on the trial. And because he was disappointed by how corrupt the government is, he decides to join us. So coming up, we'll have an optional recruit soon, and to do that, we'll have to have our party members full of males. We add Gus, Biao, and Shiro. And we'll go back to Halman Island, back to where we are at the start of the game. So this is Trevor and Sig. Well, they hate us, and they got disappointed when we joined back Kierkegaard. So they decided they have to do something else, and they defected. So here is an optional recruit. Here is the third best waifu in this game. So this is Petra. She's a feminist, and when she saw our party full of males, she got angry and she wanted to prove to us that females are strong as well. And she is strong indeed. She comes with a high level weapon and high level as well, and a lot of expensive equipment for us to sell. And she'll be one of our main physical attackers for almost all of the speedrun from now on. I want to go to blacksmith, doing some upgrading and sell items. Upgrade Buzz and Petra's attack and hit level to... Oh, one more thing. So we upgrade Buzz and Petra's weapons to their maximum level, which costs a lot of money. But it'll be worth it though, because we'll use them a lot from now on. And we'll continue with the story. So a bit of sneak peek into Almenga. They've been paying attention to our war and they seem to have like their own plans as well to take advantage of this war, so foreshadowing their involvement eventually. They also hinted there is someone on our side that is conspiring with them. Oh, is it off sync? Not sure if it's on my side or the restreamer side. I need to ask Selnas for it. Selnas, are you there? Oh, it's Selna phone. Hang on, I'll just message Selna phone. Oh, okay, yeah, there he goes already. Oh, I messaged you in Discord in case you weren't on chat, but anyway, they were about to have a meeting about the which oh. So yeah, before we carried out the war meeting, we are going to fight the caretakers again. Oh, has it been going on for a while? Well, I guess this is like not nobody actually chatted like quite a while, so yeah, nobody really noticed. Anyway, so here are the caretakers, the terrorist mages that have been scheming some weird stuff just to make chaos. And when Orlando and Ice saw they got discovered, they ran away. But Boris, being a noble knight, he refused to run away, and he went to face us head on by himself. So you'll have our mages casting a bunch of spells, while Deus going to heal, which is a photon beam level 2 spell. So Boris is a lightning element, and which is why Lisa could do decent damage as well with his water spells. Water is opposite of fire, of lightning. Okay, nobody got paralyzed attack yet. That's good. If everything goes well, we could beat this by 4 turns. I want to shoot Petra. Leave it. Okay, Shiro's dead is fine. Doesn't really matter. Shiro doesn't deal that much damage anyway. Okay. Slow main wing. Die? I think not yet, but Mike would be close to dead. There you go. That's actually fast. His ability have a chance to paralyze one of your party member, paralyze the target, but hopefully, fortunately, it doesn't happen in this one. And press F to pay respects. So Orlando here, he have a vendetta against Deus, even though Deus claimed that Orlando he have no idea who Orlando is. So Ice ran away because he thinks there's no way he could win. But Orlando decides to confront Deus, and Deus told Daniel not to listen to him, but Daniel, being a peacekeeper, wants to listen to both sides. So here it is. Orlando exposed who Deus is. Both of them used to be scammers, but at one time Deus decides to abandon Orlando and stay in Kento Temple, leaving Orlando with massive debts, and Deus pretending he know nothing but Orlando. So Orlando basically becomes homeless and can't do anything for like several years. Which causes him to obviously have a massive massive feud against Deus. And yeah, so Deus admits that he was scared back then, and he advises Orlando to join us. Oops. Anyway, we get another powerful mage here, and short. And coming up soon, we're going to do another optional recruit. So this is the second best waifu in this game. Her name is Mai. She will be in charge of handling the magic shop in our castle. And to recruit her, she invites us to a challenge where we need to beat her using magic spells only. So physical attack will do no damage here, and her attacks are actually powerful. Her magical spells are actually powerful. And we need to be careful here, make sure that nobody dies. No, actually, should be good. And we need 3 level 2 spells to kill her. Very good. Takes some time to recruit, but she's completely worth it because she's really good for various reasons. And she have a magic shop in the castle as well, which speed up the magic shopping later on the game by quite a lot. And hey, Onward, welcome. Takes more than a minute to recruit her, maybe like even like 1.5 minutes maybe if I didn't do a fast menuing, because there's plenty of menuing to do before and after, but she's completely worth it later on. Yeah, so this game features soundtracks from a couple of classic RPGs, including Final Fantasy IX. So yeah, I guess that is a Final Fantasy IX music. And yeah, so back to the story. Turns out they discovered there's a hidden tunnel that connects Hellman Island to Mayfall, and they want to use this tunnel for the war battle. But they have dangerous beasts in it, so Daniel will go there and kill the beast, and so basically it's not a dungeon. And yeah, basically, amulets is really good. Glasses is also good to improve accuracy. So amulets improve the MP regeneration, which is really important because it lets you to cast more spells. And glasses improves accuracy, which is sometimes really useful for physical attackers because otherwise they won't be able to hit the opponents. But otherwise, like almost all equipment like is irrelevant in this game, at least for the speedrun route. Anyway, so yeah, story here. There was a legendary. There was a legend that says there is a bridge between Hellman Island and Mayfall, which doesn't seem to make sense because that will be such a huge bridge. But turns out it might not be a bridge after all. It's probably this abandoned tunnel, an underground tunnel that actually connects both mainland. And yeah, our army want to use it to ambush Mayfall so they could attack them at an unexpected direction. And of course, it's also another reason to make a dungeon out of it. There's plenty of dangerous monsters in here actually. The enemies are pretty powerful, and you could level up a couple of levels as well. Also, so we got Mai and Orlando recently, and they are over leveled. So so the next boss fight is not so hard because we have them. Although this next boss also have a small chance of like completely screwing us over. They have the ability that can inflict random status ailments, and the status ailments, some of them are really powerful. It practically kills these party members sometimes because it makes them completely unusable. So if they use this ability and there you go, definitely bad. Okay, so boss is pretty much useless right now. He's practically dead, but fortunately Orlando is fine. Boss is dead. I guess I can restore him, but I guess not. I mean, boss. Now Medians is useless as well. And Petra is frozen, so she might get killed easily. Although at least our two main mages is still fine. And this boss is like elemental, so I mean it's dark elemental, so casting light rays will deal good damage because it's a like elemental. It's like elemental spell with opposite element, so it deals more damage. Oh, wait, well, so Mai is pretty much dead as well. And yes, yeah, this is an RPG Maker game. This is dangerous. He should be almost dead though, I think. There you go. So that's how dangerous the boss could be sometimes. And yeah, so this is a free RPG Maker game, but it have like so many contents inside it. Like enough contents to provide a 7-hour speedrun. And like a casual playthrough of this could last like 30 or 40 hours. And this game has a really good story and some really interesting gameplay as well, I think. So many production value goes into this game. It's a free game, so it uses some copyrighted materials, like the soundtracks are taken from like some classic RPGs. And the tile set is from Suikoden 2. This game is heavily inspired by the Suikoden series, so yeah, and I guess the developer also decided to use the tile set for Suikoden 2. And so we are planning to use the tunnel to ambush Mayfall. But turns out the Mayfall army already knew about this tunnel and is ambushing us instead. So now we are the ones in deep trouble. And so Buzz makes a plan to leave all the heavy equipments and run away to Amen Corner. So they manage to retreat, but they are still not in a good position. So the story brought us to Amen Corner, and Amen Corner have a really important optional recruit here, which we could do at the same time as the story. Uh, so we'll only be so this optional recruit involves a boss fight, but we are already over leveled by this point for this boss fight. So we'll only be using Daniel and Buzz, because the other party members are mediocre, are useless. And we have Jovian as well, because we can only put 2 members on a reserve. But Jovian is level 2, literally level 2 from the start of the game, so he won't really do anything here. We have Kaiser and Rorschach, and which is a bit underleveled, and they won't really do much damage, so if we put them in the party, it'll just be a waste of time. Which is why I'll just put them in the reserve instead. I forgot to do something. I forgot to put equipments on Daniel. That's a mistake. Should still be fine though, but that's a stupid mistake too. Thankfully I could equip equipments inside the battle. I wonder, I feel like I forgot something earlier. I should have paid more attention to the notes. Some of this part I thought I know well already, so I don't really pay attention that much to the notes. Oh, and we don't have much mans as well. And this is interesting in a dangerous way. Should still be fine though. So basically, Boss himself would do a lot of damage to this boss. But he still needs healing though, because this boss has quite a lot of health and also do quite a lot of damage. There you go. Stupid mistake here. Jovian levels up as well, which is irrelevant, but whatever. And so yeah, this is the mad scientist D. He wants to test his robot on us earlier. And when he beat the robot, he got impressed, and he decides to join us at the castle. And he'll say he'll make something magnificent inside the castle. And this thing will be the teleporter. Basically, D allows us to teleport to any towns we have visited previously. Obviously, it's very important for speedruns because teleporting makes things fast. And we also get to the return to the end of Gaia's heart again. Because at the end, which we don't get to access earlier, there's these 3 treasure chests that gives a lot of value. Oh yeah. So this speedrun is an advertisement for Sephiroth in Super Smash Bros. Definitely. So even though this game is mainly inspired by Suikoden, I think he takes quite a lot of inspiration from Final Fantasy as well. This game, the story is that he made it as kind of like a he made it in a he published this project in a old Final Fantasy forum called FF Gurus, and he named the characters based on the members of those forums. This was back in 2003. And yeah, so it probably have quite a lot of inspiration from Final Fantasy as well. Even though I never actually played any Final Fantasy game. So I don't know what exactly got inspired from it, other than the fact that it's an RPG, I guess. And Kaiser come up with a plan to go to Highland and talk with the leader. And so this is Deke's teleporter, so he let us to teleport to any town fast, and obviously it's really useful for a speedrun. Gonna go visit the magic shop here just to unlock the spells. So when we visit the magic shop, we unlock the spells sold here in for our own castle's magic shop. And now we have Mai in our castle as the magic shop seller. So we'll be able to buy the spells sold in here on our castle. So now that Highland is out of control from State Union, we want to convince Highland to join our side, and Kaiser come up with a plan that allows us to attack Mayfall easily if Highland decides to help us. And so the plan was for Highland to send two conflicting messages through the State Union spies, and they want to bait the Matrek soldiers to attack Highland. And if they do that, they won't be able to support Mayfall when we attack Mayfall. And I'm sure that plan makes sense, right, Twitch chat? My explanation is completely logical, right? Thank you, Games and Pizza. I know I'm such a good commentator. Unfortunately, the teleporter machine that we used earlier is only one way, so we can't teleport back straight away. Okay. And now time to use the magic shop that we just recruited earlier. So we're going to sell a bunch of items and buy a bunch of magic. Sell the wrong items. 2 times Eclipse, 2 times Fireball, 2 times Land Owl. Oh, hang on. Wait. That's less money than I thought. I mean, not really an issue. I might buy more spells. I want to buy more spells, but I have a bit less money than I thought. Nah, it's always that guy. But what we can choose is to not use our main character in the battle. We could keep our main character in the entourage and use everyone else. So yeah, if you want to, you could like completely ignore leveling up the main characters and keep him at a low level. So war battle coming up, and again we're just gonna use the glitch to finish the battle in turn 1. In a way, I'm a bit annoyed that the war battle is trivial, cause without the glitch, the war battle could actually be really interesting to run, but it will also take a lot of effort to route, cause there's a lot of possibilities to do. I think it's gonna be complicated as well. And so Matrek takes the bait, they attack Highland, and now Mayfall can be supported once we attack them. Angel, this unit, the enemy commander is kind of tough though, so we want to have more party members in our war units to increase their stats. And there's also, in turn 2, there's also a story where a foreign army will appear and decides to help us. But we won't see that cutscene because we are just going to use the glitch to finish this fight on turn 1. So part of the story won't make sense later on. No. This isn't good. This will survive. Let's hope Daniel doesn't die. This is worrying. Usually he's dead in like 4 attacks, but I think I'm just being very unlucky, and he survived with 5 units. I just hope Daniel doesn't die, because if Daniel dies, then we lose. Okay, fine. Well, that's really unlucky there. This post battle can be safe. So yeah, just like when we captured Mayfall before, so another boss battle coming up. Although this time the boss battle is kind of different. So here's Trevor and Sig, the Kierkegaard commandos, who hate us for some reason, so they decided to defect and join Salmoni. And so yeah, we're going to have another fight with them. That's annoying. So Median got mind blown, so he can't get any MP, which makes him pretty much useless. So the way the strats for this fight works, we want to set up our mages to cast level 2 spells on turn 2 on Trevor. We want to kill Trevor as fast as possible. Median can't do it because he got mind blown, but everyone else can too, so it's fine. Should be hopefully dead soon. Oh, it's mind blown as well. Good. It's slow, I think, because Median got mind blown, so he can't cast spell. Okay, but now that Trevor's dead, everything else should be easy too. They mind blown Median 3 times in this game. They really hate him, isn't it? And he healed himself. Oh, I forgot to add one thing. I forgot to add the red glasses on what is it? On Buzz. That's why he missed. That's a bit of a mistake. So Merrick surrenders straight away since he know the battle is lost. And he decides to join us instead because he hates how Matrak has been abandoning Mayfall and he thinks that the rest of State Union is a bunch of dumbasses. And earlier there's a cutscene that we skipped as well about a foreign army coming in the middle of the battle to join our side. So there you go, it got shown in here. It won't make sense, I guess, if it doesn't get shown the war battle previously. But yeah, so this is Nashal, a general from a faraway country called Gojistan. They came here to look for allies and they decided to join us. And all this time, Ayara ends up being sad because it seems like Daniel started to forgetting about her. Press feels Batman for Ayara. And just as we want to continue the meeting, Cole brought the news that Ayara have left the army. So here's another defection out of many defections in the story already. And well, to be exact, Ayara is held hostage by Jasper, and he wants Daniel to confront him by himself. So it's another hint that a duel is coming up. Oh, I forgot to equip. Crap. What should I do? Battle is still winnable, but how am I going to do this though? He doesn't have his items. And he didn't save, do I? Well, actually, never mind. So Ayara stops the fight. So Ayara decides realize her mistake that she's been feeling too entitled, and she apologizes to Daniel. And we try to convince Jasper to have Matrix surrender as well. Anyway, nothing dramatic end up come out of this little arc. And we get to continue the story. So for the next few fights, I'll end up using Daniel again. Not something I wish I could do, but the story forces us to have Jovian and Angel pretty soon. And on the party, and Jovian and Angel is useless. So I need to keep them on the Entourage, which means there's no room for Daniel on the Entourage, which means I have to use Daniel. And Deus, Orlando, Meta, And so, out of the blue, a letter from Brunhild came up. The same Brunhild that we've been wondering who she is actually. And there you go. We have to have Jovian and Angel in the party for this part of the story. So we put them in the Entourage, and there's no room for Daniel in the Entourage, unfortunately. Save in case. And so it turns out that letter was fake. It's a fake letter made by this guy called Clint. So he said he's a banisher, and his role is to banish evil forces. He detects evil force inside Daniel, and he also have a gun, and the gun is strong. So need to be careful here. You have this ability called Haste, which allows him to double his speed, and that means he'll move twice as much as before, which is really powerful. So Clint has a pretty weak physical defense, so most of our damage will be dealt by the physical attackers. And our mages usually focus on healing, because this guy could deal a lot of damage to a lot of people straight away. If we aren't careful, a lot of our party members will easily die. And oh, he has an ability that he hasn't used so far yet, but he's able to cast this cast a status debuff. There you go. He makes someone berserk, and when someone berserk, you can't control him. You're just going to attack an enemy with a reduced accuracy, so he's probably useless with his berserk. Oh, Rolando's dead. Shiro state is fine. He's preserved anyway. Very good. And basically, Clint said that 32 years ago, his master spiritualist detects an evil force coming out of Almenga, and that same evil force is in Daniel right now. So we know how Daniel. There has been instances where Daniel went out of control and went out of lost memories as well. So this is probably connected to lost memories and all that, and basically more questions to the mysteries. And we have to go here. So whatever mysteries happen, Daniel decides to go back home, go back to Kiergaard to try to resolve these mysteries. Even though they're in the middle of the war, Daniel feels like this mysteries is equally important for some reason. And he wants to try to solve the mysteries as soon as possible. And Jovian and Angel also decides to follow him, even though they're still in the middle of the war, which is probably not a wise decision. Kelsinger Pass is a dungeon where you could level up your levels pretty quickly here. The opponents are strong, and this means that the upcoming boss, you are expected to be like a couple of levels ahead of where you are right now. And basically means the boss is strong, really strong. Also, this is in an awkward moment where our healing abilities aren't so strong as well. Well, we don't have an easy way to heal our party members to full health. Unless we use green herb, which is really expensive. But anyway, and basically we're going to do pussy strats in this fight, a cowardly strats, where we'll just have two frontliners keep defending over and over, while two of the mages will focus on healing the defenders. Because even if the two frontliners keep defending over and over, the Brunhild could still. Oh, and also this is the same Brunhild. Anyway, whatever story, whatever. Ah yeah, the next boss. Even if our frontliners keep defending over and over, she still could deal a lot of damage. Okay, good. So Shiro defend. Daniel also defend. Boss moves to back. You heal, Shiro. So Brunhild moves twice as fast as others, and her attack deals a lot of damage as well. If we don't defend her, she could like almost one-shot our characters with just one attack. And she have that paralyzed ability as well. Although fortunately, if someone is paralyzed, they still keep their defense. They still keep their defending position. So they still get dealt low damage when getting attacked. Let's see what's and this fight could last quite a while, so we'll be playing safe. And we'll have cross shards in our inventory if our mages is free to do is okay, when our mages don't need to heal, then they could use their magic items or they could just defend and just he was a bit careless there. He didn't realize Daniel's health is already that low. Okay, at least I have enough mana to restore straight away. Daniel's almost dead again. That's what happened when you get careless against Brunhild. Like, once your frontliner die, if you can't restore them, then they'll hit your other people that can't defend. I mean, if Buzz and Petra defense, then they can't deal their they can't do their attacks, which will make the fight slow. And so I want them to keep attacking over and over. And then get all. Orlando haven't used for sure. Okay. Oh, hang on. If Orlando haven't used a frost shot, I could actually use it later. Oh, anyway, yeah. So story time. So this is Brunhild. She popped up immediately, and she brought these people posing as Kierguard soldiers with her. So they hold Daniel, and she wants to force Daniel to change his form into the possessed form that is apparently super strong and possibly evil. And so Daniel changed his form, and this is his second identity finally pops up. So this alternate Daniel seems to dislike Brunhild and wants to get rid of Brunhild. And look at how he easily kills these Kierguard soldiers. So just as he was about to kill Jovian Angel as well, they managed to convince Daniel to go back to his old form. Oh, hang on. Okay, so they are planning to take a ship from the Jargo port town back into the mainland of Kierguard, but a woman told them that there's a stranded soldier. There's a messenger, injured messenger that wants to meet them as soon as possible. and he hands us this artifact card portal key, an ancient artifact that has been kept in secret, that nobody, Jovian, Daniel, Angel, they have no idea this artifact exists. They don't even know what it does, and the soldiers passed out before they get to they get an explanation. So they try to use it, and turns out this is an item that lets you to go back to the castle from your world map. Basically, a teleporter to your castle. But now that the world map is getting bigger and bigger, it's getting harder to return to your castle. So yeah, the game gives this tool to allow us to go back. And we're gonna have a chat with Merrick. So Merrick allows you to simulate old battles. So Merrick allows you to play like so if you go to battle simulation menu, you could play like some of your old battles and some bonus battles as well. Handy, interesting feature, but we're not going to do that. We are going here just to what we want to get right. Change our war unit member. Alright. So change our one of our war unit member so that on the next war battle we could make it faster. And this is General Ander. He has swapped position with General Leonius, and obviously he's angry that we try to go back to our hometown for no reason. But before we finish our conversation, then we got interrupted by the messenger again, and turns out he have some very important news. So some plot spoilers coming up. So yes, a lot of spoilers here. Basically, the homeland of Kiergard has fallen to the enemy. Almenga has suddenly managed to invade Kiergard and take control of the capital. And the king is murdered. Press F to pay respects. And the blame is put on General Leonius, who seems like he might have done nothing to try to defend the hometown. And also, a new enemy is introduced. So the southern Kiergard is also invaded by a mountain tribe led by a guy named Pereus. So yeah, we're going to see him pretty soon. So now that Kiergard as a country has disappeared, and Zelmoni is also crumbled, so they decided they need to unite both Kiergard and Zelmoni to resist Alminga's invasion. And the only option here is to have Daniel as the main leader of this new country. And so Daniel is chosen to be the full leader of this, and yeah, we move to a new chapter now. Just like in Suikoden games, where there'll be a part where our main character will be the supreme commander of the main army. So this is the part where Daniel is chosen to be the supreme leader of all the of our army as well. And now people will call him by General Vineyard. We have some shopping to do, so we're gonna equip some party members as well. Okay. And, oh, and we have an optional recruit coming up soon as well. Oh, I want to buy some spells as well. Right. I didn't buy it earlier. So we tried to enter a negotiation with Chancellor Ryan, and he decides us to meet us in this church. And Chancellor Ryan says that he have resigned his position. So while he doesn't represent the State Union anymore, he have also tried to convince the people in Zelmoni to surrender. And he decides to join us instead because he wants Elysium Army to conquer Matrak and combine the two countries together. And Ryan is actually a powerful, pretty decent mage. He comes to at a decent level, and he have good stats as well. He's fast. He's like elemental, so he's good for healing. And we'll use him. We'll use him a few times, not a lot, but yeah, we'll use him a few times. Governor Frost tried to take control of the Zelmoni and declared himself Chancellor, but he got arrested by others instead, and he got accused of corruption during the trial of Daniel some time ago in the game. Basically, the whole Zelmoni has started to completely crumble, and it's only a matter of time until we beat them. Although Erin refused to surrender, and so we still have to fight a war battle in Matrak. And I have to say, as a speedrun, like some parts of this game just have too much dialogues and stories without any action. And then when the bosses start popping up, then they just pop in over and over. Well, this game still have, I think, more boss fights compared to most RPGs out there. I think total they have like around 35 boss fights. Oh! There's a few things I forgot to do. Hang on. Never mind. My mind went blank, and man, I've been a bit sleepy actually. My mind went a bit blank, and I forgot to do something important. I'll reload the save just to. Oops, apologies for that. So one thing we forgot to do before progressing the story is go back to Jargo and hang on, a bit different. Wait, hang on a minute. Never mind. Hang on. Apologies. This is the backup save doesn't seem to be right. I reload the bike. See? This is the wrong cactus. Okay, this is hang on. Where am I? I brought the wrong party members here. Okay, whatever. I'll just fix this. I'll go back to the castle. Okay, slight detour. I messed up and I forgot to do something, so some detour here just to correct things up. I could probably deviate from the route a bit, but I'm not sure how different will things be if I do. Don't want to mess up like the equipment menuings and such. This is where we should have gone before progressing the story earlier. So we go back to Jargo because we want to do some weapon upgrading and selling some items. Some equipment. And rock. We haven't used rock before, but rock is really powerful. He has a really strong attack, but his accuracy is bad. And for the next few boss fight, rock will play an important role. And we have an optional recruit here. So this is RRLAT. He is a magician. He shows this magic trick of showing a wall of fire. It looks cool and all that. And the way we recruit him is we talk to him again with a thief on our party. So we have Rorschach with a thief ability, and Rorschach will notice that RRLAT is pickpocketing us while carrying out his magic trick. So now that we caught him, well, we managed to convince him to join us to pay off the debts. And RRLAT is actually a really powerful mage. He's fast, his magic is like one of the best in the game. And he have a steal ability as well, which we will use a few times later on. Really powerful character overall. So here's a war battle, and again with war battle we're just going to use the glitch and finish in turn 1. So some time ago we also fought a war battle against Erin, and we need 4 attacks to kill her. But now that we have Rock on Lisa's unit, Rock gives 2 attack, which is a lot. So that allows us to kill Erin in 3 attacks instead of 4. That's slightly faster compared to the previous war battle against Erin. and Erin is running away through an underground catacombs. So yeah, we want to chase her. So another dungeon, another boss fight coming up. In fact, I'm looking Daniel this is the backup. So upcoming boss fight have a very low physical defense but very high magic defense, which is why I just put all the physical attackers in my party with just one mage, Ryan, as a healer. This dungeon is a bit long, but the enemies are actually not so strong. There's a bit of detour. This detour is kind of long, but we are taking this detour to a room with a 4 treasure chests, and all treasure chests are really valuable. You have a lightning rod and a marit gear, 2 level 2 magic crystals, and double gold dust as well. Gold dust, each of them. So double gold dust gives us 15,000 arm, which is quite a lot. So Erin got confronted by this undead mage, this ghost mage, and they got surrounded by Daniels as well. So Daniel told Erin to stand aside and let him help dealing with this ghost mage. Erin decides to follow that and stand aside, and it's a sign that she's ready to surrender now. But we just have to deal with this boss fight, of course. So this boss is water elemental. He's able to cast that spell that causes a party member to sleep. And we don't have a way to debuff this sleep effect right now, so we won't bother healing. We won't bother healing Buzz. It'll be better if Buzz is dead, so we could restore him. Also, this guy's magic defense is super strong, so we won't bother using magic spells to damage him. But his physical defense stats is literally only 1. Like it's very low. Uh-oh. This might be a bit dangerous. Ryan fell asleep, so... Oh, that's actually lucky. If Ryan fell asleep, then nobody can heal, but... Was lucky at the same time that he killed Ryan straight away after that, so I could restore it. And now he's woken up. You know what, might as well just do this. Damage spell won't deal that much damage, but better than nothing, I guess. And Ryan has excessive mana right now. And so Erin surrenders and decides to join us. So now we have united both countries and will fight against a common enemy, which is the Almenga. Like some party members. Want to unequip. So as soon as Erin joins, then we unequip her. Because again, the main strategy of this speedrun is to unequip items from characters. Because you'll get a lot of money by selling those. And now it's time to return to Kiergard and take it back. So the first enemy that we have to deal is the mountain tribes that have conquered the southern Kiergard. So here's a war battle, but this war battle we aren't meant to win this one yet, because there's a lot of enemy and the story, our characters will say that, oh hey, there's too much enemies to deal with, so we have to retreat. So to just make this fast, I'll just have Daniel go to front straight away using the glitch. And here's the third. Just let them kill Daniel straight away. So yeah, we retreated, and this guy named Harvey came up. So he's an engineer in the Kiergard army. He escaped from the Vishnu Citadel, and he's developing bombs which could blow up holes in the walls. And he suggests to use that to sneak inside the castle and lock the gates. So basically, another dungeon came up where we sneak inside the Vishnu Citadel, and we have to fight against tribal warriors inside and such. It'll be a long dungeon, and we will actually do encounters here. So I'll need to do some setup on our party members beforehand. Also, we can't use our main character here because in the story, the Daniel said he needs to be with the army, so the opponent doesn't realize that they are getting ambushed. Get weapon. We'll apply Petra's weapon and we'll go to the item shop and buy some items. Get pluses. Bunch of ground herbs. We'll bring Biao as well, cause even though he's low leveled, we want to level him up using one of the encounters, cause we'll need to use him after this dungeon. And some spoilers here. Again, spoiler warning. So we got shown on who's the one in Kierkegaard who betrayed us and allows Kierkegaard to get conquered easily. So General Leonius, who's supposed to be leading the Homeland Defense, is conspiring with Almenga all this time, and which is why Almenga could conquer the country easily. Okay, that's so we want to do 2 encounters here, and this is one of them. Because the next boss is really strong, and we are still under leveled. And we could easily level up a couple of levels in here as well. Some of the encounters are pretty easy though, so this one should be pretty fast to beat. Now that we have a bunch of level 2 spells to use. One more encounter. This one. Actually I don't need that one. Just go to the door straight away. Okay, that's another one. Okay, we got both encounters. And it is an RPG Maker game. And okay, important thing here is to swap boss with Beo, because we want to level up Beo. Oops, wrong spell. Damn it. What have killed them? Okay, fine. So alright, so yeah, so welcome and right. So yeah, so this is an RPG, free RPG Maker game made by one person, but it have a very high production value for a game made by one guy. Oof, I almost get another counter. Messed up that one. But yeah, so it's free, so he uses some cooperated materials. Like, it's a game inspired by the Suikoden series, and it also uses tile sets from Suikoden 2. And also it uses soundtracks from like a couple of other classic RPGs. But it has a lot of contents, like the character artworks are original. There's like about 75 characters, playable characters in this game. And what else is there? Like a casual playthrough for this could last like about 30 to 40 hours, depends on how much of the optional content you want to do. And yeah, just like there's so much to this game. More boss fights than most RPGs as well, I think. Let me save to be safe, because the next boss fight might be dangerous. Oh yeah, FFT music is used a couple of times as well. And okay, so this is the Beastmaster. He have two beasts with him, and the beasts are very powerful, so we want to kill them as soon as possible. And that's not good, because their shield will make it harder to kill the beast. Use the damage. Actually, also in the first turn, one of the beasts casts freeze on Petra, so we want to swap him with boss. Because the freeze could make Petra die easily. And so we set up our party to use 6 level 2 spells within 2 turns. Boss die, that happens. It sucks, but there's a chance that happens. Uh-oh, we didn't make die. Oh wow, that's actually really dangerous. Up, wrong. Wrong target. Wrong. Wow, he actually didn't die. I'm surprised. Okay, good. At least that's dead. Right. So what should I do here? Oh, our piece is almost dead. Our piece could just restore to boss, and now everyone's alive. Ooh, dangerous starter. Basically, this boss, he have 2 beasts, and the beasts are really powerful. So I can swap this with Petra, so Petra could start attacking. Okay, but now that the beasts are dead, the fight is kind of chill. So this Beastmaster, he has spells that lets him buff beasts as well. And he didn't affect it. No one put this over yet, isn't it? Okay, now this is straightforward. Although, so this boss also have buffs, and right now he uses a buff called Shield, which reduces the magic damage that he got dealt with. Hang on, who do I want to kill against? Rock. That's actually not slow, I think. The start was really dangerous, but it's actually not bad in terms of speed, I think. Everyone. Oh, coming up is a really interesting dungeon after this one. The next dungeon, we will have to form 4 parties, with each party have 6 characters each. So that's a total of 24 characters. And this is probably the only RPG where you have to use the 24 characters at once. But before that, hang on, right. For that, we'll get a war battle. Alright, see you, Esmadai. And so war battle coming up, but again, war battle, you just use the glitch to finish in turn 1. So this war battle, for those who just came in, there's a glitch that allows you to move infinite amount of turns. And what we do here is we go to the enemy commander straight away and kill him in turn 1. Makes the war battle really trivial. And so the story is basically we lock the castle, we sneak inside the citadel earlier, we lock the gates, so a lot of the mountain tribe warriors got stuck inside the castle and they can't get out. And the war battle there, we fight against like a smaller amount of them, which is irrelevant for our gameplay because our gameplay just used the glitch to finish it in turn 1. Unfortunately, we still have to do all of this to finish the war battle. And the game told us to have a visit to Ashtonport. So there's not that much in this town, and but when we get here, we meet Clint. So he's the Banisher who some time ago tried to kill us, saying that we have evil forces inside us. And he knew we were going to show up because thought he can sense our evil force apparently. But Clint is here not to hunt us right now, but he's questioning us if we sense another evil force popping up recently, and he said another evil force is born Alminga just recently, which is a hint that a dangerous boss fight coming up eventually against someone with a power similar to Daniel's. Anyway, whatever. I'm sure the story doesn't make sense for any of you guys, so I'll just continue the gameplay. And again, so coming up soon is a dungeon where we'll have to set up 4 different parties, and each party have 6 members, so that's 24 characters in total. So yeah, there's a lot of different combinations you could try out. If I'm trying to explain like my choices in the party setup, it could take like 30 minutes or so, and I'm not even sure how optimal it is in the first place. Wait, you don't know? I've been doing these runs of other games as well on my stream. I guess you just don't bother to watch it. Yeah. And yeah, so the next dungeon, apparently there's 4 sections in it, and he wants us to sneak inside each of the 4 sections and to sabotage the gates inside this place called Shifa Passage. So we need to set up 4 teams, and each teams will have their own characters. So 4 teams of 6 characters each. That's 24 characters in total, and basically lots of character. So the first team is Deus, Lisa, Mai, Rob, Noah. Plus, oops, right. Yes, basically it is pirated. So this game is a free RPG Maker game, and he uses soundtracks from classic RPGs as well. And alright, so we have 4 parties. We still have a lot of underleveled characters. So each party will need to do a level up battle once before they get to face their boss. And I'll have each party to have 2 mages capable of using a level 2 spells at the start to cast these spells to clear up the encounter quickly. One amulet, one amulet, one amulet, one amulet, one amulet. Except for Riot. For Riot, for Jovian's party, we only need you only need 1 mage. For Riot, I have a special. And that's the rest of this dungeon. I'll never be able to memorize the layout dungeon. It's really long. It's complicated as well. I actually want that. Oops, I went the wrong direction as well. Ooh, dangerous start. Okay, there you go. So one level up battle done for this party. I'll just have to connect it. Shouldn't stop party yet. Oh, hang on. I went to. Damn it, man! I've been messing up the model. Okay. Not this one. Left chest, the right chest is useless. Okay, I do want this encounter. Good. So Riot's encounter will be done a bit differently compared to others. Instead of using double fireballs, we'll use a black ash and a fireball. And it's faster than the other encounters, while Riot is faster than the soldiers. We'll be dead soon. So Jovian and Ayara's party is done. Go on this one. And we got another opal amulet just now, which is really useful to have. The music choices, like, actually, like, I actually think, yeah, the music choices in general is like it mostly matches up the theme. Although some of it might really be, but anyway, yeah. Like, before I played this, I never played the other games that uses the soundtracks, where the soundtracks are used in this game, except for Suikoden. So I've learned a lot, like Chrono Trigger music. The first time I heard it from this game. Final Fantasy music, the same thing. And yeah, it introduced me to some good other good RPG music as well that I would have never heard otherwise. Although I think for this dungeon, it might feel, I don't know, it might feel like a bit too arcadey or something. Like, it's not the kind of music you see in a Suikoden game, I think. Not sure if any of you guys have actually played Suikoden. Okay, so Jovian's route is done. I don't remember what music is this. There are Wild Arms music in this game. Don't remember which one is which. Yeah, and I haven't played Wild Arms, so I don't know. I haven't done a lot of this one. Let me just walk a bit. This is unlucky. Usually Daniel's party have no issue in getting a battle because he walks a lot. The encounter system is apparently, I heard, is like similar to Wild Arms as well. It lets you like choose whether you want to do the encounter or not while in the middle of your walk. Okay, Harvey's party left. Okay, so Harvey's party still haven't had his level up battle yet. Okay, there you go. Okay, so the dungeon part will be over soon, and each party will fight a boss once it's over. Harvey's boss is could be actually risky, because there's actually a legit chance to die even though it's small. Okay, so the Almenga soldiers summon spirits to fight each of our parties. So the first one is a spirit called Mahadevi. And the first thing you want to do is to clear the soldiers. So we set up Yan Angwa to be able to cast Eclipse on the first turn. Deal heal himself. Use Spark. There you go, okay. Now that doesn't mean the danger is over, so this boss, she, in like about 2 turns, she will have this dangerous ability called Nova Flare. It's an ability that damages everyone and has a chance to... Oh, that's lucky. And this ability have a... Oh, actually I should have healed Rock. Okay, good. Okay, that was lucky. So that ability does not have a chance to cast Berserk. And if someone is Berserk, then he's pretty much unusable. You can't control him, and it's a really powerful status debuff. And if you got multiple Berserk on your party, then there's a decent chance that you might actually die. Because if you don't get to control your party members, then yeah, you are fucked, basically. Rock here being... So this boss is a Fire Elemental, and Rock being Fire Elemental means that he deals more damage in his attacks. And Mai also is Ice Elemental, which means that she could cast the Ice spells easily with less mana, and the Ice spell will deal more damage than other spells. So Rock is our main damage dealer as an Ice Elemental. Rock and Mai as the Ice Elemental people. Nothing. Ooh, that's lucky. The Nova Flare doesn't actually... Oh, actually it does cast Berserk, but on the not so important people. And she's about to be dead anyway. So Harvey done his part. We now move to the second team. And we fought the commander, who is also a summoner, so she summons a powerful spirit. And we want to kill the summoner first, because otherwise she could heal or she could buff the main boss. Fireball. Up, wrong person. Okay, at least she cast the water shield on herself. So this Indra boss is a lightning elemental, and the summoner could cast a water shield on the Indra, which means that... What am I doing? If that happens, then the water spells will be weak against him, which is bad because I want to be able to use water spells over and over on Indra. This isn't good. Making mistakes. He can't use mana really. National camp, I guess. Shiro's dead, I guess that's not really that much of an issue, so I still want to avoid it. Oh, also I think I haven't mentioned the fact that Orlando has this ability called Focus, where if he uses it, he'll get extra mana regen. So it allows him to cast more level 2 spells than others. So the strats here is Bell keep casting Splash, because it's water damage, while Orlando keep casting level 2 spells. This boss have a lot of health, so it might take some time to kill it. But usually it's not dangerous though. This boss is very safe usually. Even though his attacks, his spells might actually deal quite a lot of damage, so might need multiple healings occasionally. I should be almost dead, I think. I mean, it kinda sucks that boss die, but whatever, should be almost dead at this point. Right, game. There you go. And we unlock our characters again. But the boss fight is done, so the other party could use them. Okay, the first two boss fights are the most challenging one. The next two boss fights, they have pretty low health, so they are usually over pretty quickly. Jovian died, doesn't matter cause Jovian doesn't do much. Jovian is pretty much useless. We have it in the party because we have to. Close to being dead. This is the end of the save. Die? Really? Not dead yet. I mean, I don't need to set this fight. This fight will be easy. So again, we want to cast a level 2 spell on the first turn to kill the soldiers as fast as possible. Merrick came up with a weapon level that is not bad, so he still could use his physical attacks. If I need to use weapon beam here, it won't do much, but I guess I'll do it if I have. Oh, D could actually cast Eclipse there. Maybe I should just do that instead. Actually, nah. Merrick died doesn't matter. It's not really important. I mean, he's not useless, but it's fine having him dead. That's fine. He'll be dead soon. Die. There you go. So again, I think this is like one of the most interesting part in the run because you get to select between 24 different characters, and there's a lot of combination you could try out. They intentionally made the enemies in this dungeon not as strong as the previous one actually, because they probably know that there's you will probably play this with a lot of underlevel characters. So the encounters are actually not that hard, and the boss fight is also not that hard as well for a casual playthrough. So here, Brunhild said she carried a summoning on the previous Kierguard commandos that now defected from Zelmoni into Almenga. So yeah, foreshadowing of a interesting boss coming up. And what was supposed to be a comic relief character might end up being a super strong character. And now that we have access to Northern Keyguard, Daniel decides to go back to Levier, their hometown, to get more answers to the mysteries that has been surrounding this story. So this is Sister Eliza, the caretaker of the orphanage. So back when Daniel is still a kid, then yeah, she's the caretaker, and so Daniel was asking Eliza about his origins, and also the fact that Daniel starts to remember who Brunhild is. Eliza thought that Daniel don't want to brought up Brunhild in the past because he's traumatic, but turns out it's not because he's traumatic about it, but because something is artificially blocking his memories. Okay, and story time is done. Now back to the castle, and we'll have some action going on straight away. Oh, shouldn't do it. So some of our equipments are still equipped by the party member from Ayara's party earlier, and we won't use them anymore, so we have to unequip them first. And now we put back our main party. Those. and some shopping to do. So we'll buy a lot of magic spells as well. There you go, shopping's done. Okay, so the party that we are using here, we'll be mainly using them for the rest of the game. Now that we don't have Shifa passage anymore that requires us to use so many party members, we could just stick to the 6 party members. Well, there's still a bit of change later on eventually, but it'll be sometime later. Anyway, so to carry out the attack against Almenga, they decided to try to talk to them, to negotiate with the mountain tribes, see if anything can be made between them. And so here's a dungeon where we have to go through a mountain path to the capital of the mountain people. So okay, so we are still kind of underleveled, and the upcoming boss fight is a strong one, so we won one encounter. Not this one. So we are around level, I think, 48, 49, and one encounter will brought us to level 52 to 53. A lot of levels gained cause we are still underleveled. And some of the encounters in this dungeon could actually be really hard. But I'll be selecting the ones that is not so hard. This one. There you go. Uh-oh. That's not so good. I want Daniel to use a spell, but no, he's dead. Median might die as well. Ooh, he didn't attack median, nice. He just makes it faster. Nah, shoot this pass. Okay, phew. I actually almost died in that encounter in my PB. Hi Tanamir, welcome. So for those who just came in, this is Exit Fate. It's a free RPG Maker game made by one guy, and there's a lot of contents in this game. Enough contents to fill up a 7-hour speedrun. It also features like soundtracks from a couple of other classic RPGs. And here we have a pretty interesting boss fight coming up. So this is Rashnu. He's a guardian of the capital of the mountain tribes, and he wants to pick a fight with us. For no reason. So yeah. So he has 2 phases. The first phase is a physical phase. And in this physical phase, we'll have our frontliners that keep defending, so that they don't take so many damage. Else make it die. Okay, phew. And now I believe he should be swapping. Oh, not okay. And now he'll swap into the physical phase. I mean, no, the magical phase. Now he shoots his sword and he'll start casting magic spells. Now Deus, who have been defending over and over, now have a lot of MP, so he could start casting huge spells straight away. Okay, Photon Beam, that's good, that's easy to handle. Nice, he keeps using the weak spells. So he have 2 strong spells and 1 weak spells. Actually, I should have healed my, but okay. Been lucky here, he haven't been using his strongest spell. Okay, he'll swap back his physical phase now. That should be fine. Man Petra not really necessary right now, but good. Also note that the boss is like elemental and both of our frontliners is also like elemental, so our frontliners will receive less damage from his attacks, while same elementals will deal less damage. Pretty close to being dead, I think. There you go. Oh, is it sold out? Really? Oh, maybe it got picked by my mic. I don't think so, but oh, I think the heal. Okay, the heal spells. The more party members get healed, the louder it is, cause the sound will take place for each party members. So when there's 6 party members, the sound will get multiplied by 6 times. So yeah, area spells will be kinda loud in this game. Anyway, we meet the mountain tribe's leader. He refuses to help us, but he gives a hint on how the commander of the bridge fortress, Fort Brahma, he thinks it's a lazy commander. So Buzz came up with a plan to deal with that. Yeah, basically, yeah. So yeah, it's per proc. So you notice this with like area damage spells as well. Like if you deal a area spell to like 3 enemies, it's not as loud as if you deal it to 5 enemies. I don't know if that's just how RPG Maker does it things or such. Okay, we want to upgrade our weapon here, our Petra's weapon, because we'll be using Petra for some time here. Is it? Well, actually, there are some area spells that I think the sound is the same, no matter how many characters it get inflicted on. But yeah, some spells does like multiply based on like the amount of targets. Like some spells, the animation is the same no matter how many party members got hit. But some will have like animation happen multiple times based on the amount of targets. And a war battle come up. Hang on. And so our army managed to sneak a few units across the river, and because the enemy commander is known as a lazy commander, he didn't notice this, and we managed to sneak in smoothly, and we will do a pincer attack against the enemy. Good luck with that, Tanamir. So war battle, usually we just use the glitch to kill the enemy commander straight away in turn 1. But this enemy, he's surrounded by so many other enemy units. So we can't do that because none of our units can reach him straight away. So we'll need to wait a few turns, and we'll also move in a way that makes the enemy commander expose himself. So move here. And this way, in 2 turns, the enemy will be in a position where he exposed himself. Will few attacks straight away. But yeah, at the end, this battle is still trivial because of the glitch. So for those who just came in, so the war battles in this game is heavily glitched, where if you select and cancel at the same time, you can move infinite amount of turns. So you could kill the enemy commander straight away really easily, and the war battle becomes trivial. The war battle in this game is actually genuinely hard if you don't use the glitch sometimes, but yeah. Fortunately for the speedrun, we have this glitch. And yeah, basically, yeah, this is like a war battle mode where you control a large army against the enemy army in a kind of like similar to an strategy RPG. Because this game is inspired by the Suikoden series, and Suikoden series have war battle modes like this as well, where you control a large army. So apparently Scout seems to find some kind of strange monsters nearby, and Daniel sends some unusual energy in it, and he have a bad feeling about it. So we'll have a boss fight coming up soon, and it's a boss fight that we are supposed to lose. So I'll just remove all the party members here just so that I could die quickly. And spoiler warning, warning for spoilers, but yeah, here are the previous comic relief villains, and they got given some kind of supernatural energy that makes them super strong. And we managed to escape, but the threat is still there, and eventually we'll have to face them. And whatever the case, the demon commando seems to be gone for now. So we are going to attack the capital and regain back Kirgard. Now, obviously, when we are attacking the capital, it won't just be like a straightforward story like this. So in this war battle, you weren't meant to win. So I'll just send Daniel forward to lose, to die. So when we reach the trees, there's an ambush, and I want Daniel to die quickly so this battle will be over quickly. So while they are trying to come up with a plan to attack the capital, a message came up. And apparently the Almenga is forcing the captured Kigard soldiers to fight with them. But the Kigard soldiers were planning to revolt. And so they decided to use this chance to attack Saint Reynard right now, and hopefully the revolting soldiers will help. Change unit type to sorcery, so boss could attack from long range. And in this war battle, I think there will be a scene where the General Tarlia from Almenga defects and lead Kigard soldiers to attack the Almenga soldiers. But again, we are using this glitch to finish this game in war battle in one turn, so we don't get to watch the cutscene. We're just gonna cheat and misclick. But yeah, we're just gonna cheat and kill the enemy commander in turn 1. We need to have 3 sorcery units to carry out this trick, because there's only one spot where we could have an archer attack Ash, and to have more attacks we need sorcery units. But anyway, 4 attacks and we win in turn 1. This battle could be really long, I think, if the glitch doesn't exist. And so this is General Tarlia, who betrayed her country and decides to join us. Victory. Hey, Kaze, you could play this game instead. It's free. You could just download it. Deeper Dragon. Yeah, almost all war battles will be D rank, cause we just kill one unit, and one of the rating requirements there is to kill a lot of units if you want a high rating. You could just Google exit weight, and the link should be easy to find. I can't really do that right now because I'm too busy meshing the text box. And the last thing we have to do in this capital is there's a pet monster being left, and he ran wild, so we have to kill it. Okay, hang on, we'll do this. Right, so this boss only have 2 different abilities. The first one is he'll charge an attack mana channel, and after that mana channel, he'll cast a very strong area spell. So I need to prepare my healers to heal everyone. So man, I need to cast mana as well. The other attack is just a melee attack, but the melee attack is strong though. So I still need a lot of healing to properly heal my party members there. Also, this boss have a very high dexterity, so a lot of my physical attacks will miss. Like, they only have like about 50% hit rate, I think. So the speed of this fight varies quite a lot based on RNG. But other than that, this was pretty straightforward. Oh, I'll get this one. We are using Tarlia because she joins at level 61, while the rest of our party is only like level 55. But after this fight, Tarlia is not good anymore. Tarlia's stats is actually not that good, but she joins at like a pretty high level. Okay, so that's the mana channel again, so I need to prepare my healers to heal. Actually, I need to have it. Oh, I'm out of mana. Oh, that's fast. But I think it should be dead soon too. There you go. And by this point, I'm not sure how much of the story I want to tell, cause there might be like some important spoilers. And this is when they realize, turns out that someone from Keyguard has been conspiring with Omega all along. Alright, I think it's about maybe what 1 hour and 20 minutes left on the run. The last chapter. Anyway, we get a story of Almenga and their emperors. We heard around how the previous emperor was a madman, and the new emperor, people thought he was peaceful, but turns out all of a sudden he conducts war like this. And another Almenga army is coming against us, so we're going to get another war battle straight away. We got Bruce as well, which is good, which is a really good character. We'll be using him a lot for the rest of the game. This war battle is interesting. Like, there's not a lot of enemies, but the enemy units, each of them are really strong, especially the commander. The commander unit have a very high stats and a very high unit count. So it's like a superpower unit where she will just kill everything she touch if she's at like if she still have a high health. So the strat is to wait until she gets to this forest, and then we'll just gang her on her. With the glitch, because we are such a pro. Oh, actually, there's one thing I forgot to do. Research unit. Right, I want to sacrifice Research unit because if I have no unit die in this battle, I'll get a C rating, and the C rating in this battle actually sucks. It's useless. So I want a D rating instead, which gives a better reward. They save. Oh, I haven't really war unit. So a dungeon coming up, and we only add one party member cause we want to unequip his equipments. And yeah, there's no boss fight here, which is why I don't put any party members. And this is the border between Kirgard and Almenga. So the background of the story: 8 years ago, Almenga used to attack Kirgard, and there's a fierce 2-year war in the border here. So that was when Daniel joins the army, and while walking through here, he'll share his memories of this war with Tarlia. And so Daniel talked about his time in the war back then as a newcomer, and Tarlia also mentioned how she used to be a low-ranking officer back then. And they started to discuss how the war seems pointless and costing a lot of lives and all that. Thanks for the thumbs up. I mean, honestly, I doubt any of the lore explanation will make sense for viewers. I mean, who the hell would actually pay attention for like all of this run? And this is where the place where Daniel apparently lost control of himself and got possessed by something that ends up that allows him to slaughter a lot of Almenga soldiers on a desperate situation. No, I don't think so. I mean, you only need your hands to grab the food, right? The speedrun strats is to not spend your time changing your clothes. So yeah. I'm pretty sure a barefoot will be faster than socks in general, unless if it's cold through. But in general, it's just more flexible without any piece of clothing in it. Cause it just like there's nothing to block your movements. And so they ran away from Brunhild and they end up stranded in a town called Muspelheim in Almenga territory. So another talk about Almenga, about how Tarlia said like the owner of this inn, he doesn't like imperial rule as well and such, etc. lorddom, and some more background story about the Emperor Siegfried. And the demon commandos decides to go raw, and they disobey the order of the emperor and they left the castle by himself because they sense us in Almenga and they want to hunt us. So time for the confrontation with these demon bosses. So these two guys are super strong, and the fights we will have with them is also super tough as well. It'll still take some time for it to happen, but yeah. The fight length is like will be like longest by far. Oh yeah, the first time I heard music from like Chrono Trigger and Chrono series and Chrono Cross is from this game. Sometime later after playing this game, I do play Chrono Trigger, but it's like I got introduced to some music that I would never heard otherwise from this game. Like I never played Final Fantasy as well, and yeah, heard a lot of some of the music from this game as well. And so, what do we do usually in an RPG when there's a boss that is super strong? So usually we kind of like get some kind of legendary items, or we weaken them, or some sort of story to weaken them, and then we'll fight them in a boss fight. But what do we do in this game? We'll send an army towards them. So instead of like playing a normal battle, we'll play a war battle against two-person. So this is I think about 5,000 people against two people. Up to the two people is they are represented as like each of them represented as a special demon unit with 1,000 soldiers. And these demon units looks like a sorcery units, but they have like extra attack range, so they could attack from very far away. And normally the way you play this strats is this war battle is to just charge your unit as soon as possible to them. But we have the the cheating glitch, so we could end this fight really quickly. Normally, getting a high rating in this game is it's hard as well, cause they'll kill a few units before you manage to reach them. But with the glitch, they will only be able to kill one unit here. And because of that, we are able to get an A rating in this fight. And the A rating reward for this from this war battle is actually really good. It's an item that could be sold for 40,000 arns, which is quite a lot of money. So unlike the previous war battles where you get a very low rating for using the glitch, in this one it's the opposite. We'll get a much higher rating than usual. And so there we go. So we send the army onto them and we managed to weaken them, but they retreated to a forest and stay there, and they are still a threat. So we need to find a way to actually beat them in the forest. And so apparently the method to create these demons are discovered from an ancient ruins in Almenga. Few decades, and these ancient ruins should have the records about these demons, and we decided to go there to find more information about the demons. And this place is named Hall of Memories. Now that the Almenga army isn't here anymore, we could go there and Bruce my median and there'll be a pretty long dungeon inside with but before that we have a bit of detour. We'll go to the city and we'll do some shopping. So first of all we go to the blacksmith. I made a wrong purchase. I need to load up backup save. Apologies. Hang on. I made a wrong purchase that ends up killing all of my money. I need to load up backup save. Man, it's 3 times already. I have to load up backup save, man. Quite a horrible performance today. Where was I? This one? Okay, no, I was supposed to upgrade Bruce's hit to 12, but I ended up upgrading to 13 earlier, which kills all of my money. And also, I don't have a backup. I didn't save just now, so yeah, I'm completely messed up that one. I need to buy one first. And some equipment as well. Right, that's it. Wait. Slow menuing as well. Green ball. Well, no resetting because this is a marathon, but yeah, that's a rape run if I did that in an actual run. So this dungeon is a gauntlet of mini bosses. There'll be like 5 mini boss throughout this dungeon, and this is the first one. The first one is pretty simple. Well, they managed to make Daniel sleep right away. But that's fine, it doesn't really matter. Daniel doesn't do much anyway. Now this is the point where our party members can start casting like level 2 spells often. So we'll be using level 2 spells a lot now. Unlike previously where we could only use like a bit because we don't have enough MP plus for it. Because this is a free RPG Maker game that uses soundtracks from various classic RPGs. And low menuing. And yeah, so this is a free RPG Maker game. It has a lot of contents, and it uses some copyrighted assets as well. Like the music is from various classic RPGs. The tile sets in the overworld here mostly uses from Suikoden 2. But the character artworks, the monsters, the battle backgrounds are all original. So yeah, and lots of contents in this game. Yes, yeah, it's include final. So this dungeon is kind of unique. Like the bookshelf, you could click it, and some of it have story, the background story about the demon summoning, the ancient story behind how these demons got summoned. And this bookshelf could be used for a trick as well. If you have an enemy encounter popping up and you click a bookshelf, then you don't need to bribe them. The encounter gonna get cancelled. So you could use that to save a bit of money. Not like it actually matters, but I might be able to use it here. So encounter pops up, I click a bookshelf, and there's a story popping up there, and I skip an encounter without bribing. So that saves me money. And there's a bit of puzzle here. Oh, I don't need to click this. Don't need to click that one probably, but whatever. It's close. And now for the next 3 boss fights, I'm going to have RRLAT use the steel, because it has a high steel rate, 50%, and the steel reward is good. So I'll make sure RRLAT have to steal on the next 3 bosses, because I need the money. Steal, have to steal. Second, annoying. And I forgot to equip an item on Bruce as well. I need to do this. Also, these mini bosses are palette swaps of previous bosses. So, such this one, this is from Wyvern, from like chapter 5 quite a long time ago. Also, 3 times there. 4 times! Wow. 4 times 50% chance, man. Come on. I don't want to end up killing this boss before I manage to steal it. There you go, finally. Okay, now I can finish this game. Like, if he failed the steal again, I was considering not damaging him until RRLAT managed to successfully steal it. Wait, not this one. So anyway, the bookshelf throughout this dungeon reveals the story on how centuries ago, a scholar named Mimir discovered a method to summon a spirit inside someone's mind, and it makes them very strong. And so he made the king of the kingdom at the time, it's called Asgard, decides to do the summoning on his soldiers. So it becomes a very strong army called the Demon Army. But these soldiers soon lost control of themselves, and they end up killing each other and killing a lot of the Asgard population as well. So the kingdom turned into ruins soon after. And the demons, because they fight each other, they got defeated pretty easily at the end. Okay, and also RRLAT managed to steal Ghost Rider, so it's like a pass this time. This boss is a palette swap of the old Pestilence boss that have really annoying abilities to cause like really powerful status debuff. And same with this boss, but fortunately he haven't done it yet. I also have a strong physical defense, so my physical attackers don't really do much damage on this one actually. Daniel died, doesn't matter, I think she be close to be dead. PS4 lock-in sound effect. You mean the encounter sound, right? Like this encounter pops up and then, yeah, that sound basically says encounter. It means an encounter pops up. And earlier I used the trick again where I go to a bookshelf to. Oh, now here's another trick. So every time you interact with an object, the encounter got skipped, including these puzzle buttons, or like the bookshelf that I did earlier in the last room. The bribe pop up, so that's the encounter system in this game, where if an encounter pops up, you get a choice to bribe them, to skip them, and because this is a speedrun, I want to do minimal amount of battles, so I'll bribe them over and over. And yes, that's accurate, person down under. Just like in real life. Ooh, this boss is kinda unique. First of all, I want to steal. Oh, nice, first I steal. Okay, good. So say his second turn he will use shield. That will reduce the magic damage on him. So I want to maximize magic damage right now before he uses shield. Go. And we have mana haste. So I'll buff my physical. So this is the introduction to buff. A buff will be really useful later on. Right now we only have one buff spell which we stole earlier from a monster. But we'll use that a lot later on. And because this boss have a shield right now, he have strong magic resistance, and I buff my physical attack with that. That kinda sucks. I think I could have ordered that. Whatever. I know Bruce House can go. Ooh, that blow is dangerous. Oh, look at my person as well. Throw main wing. Flip. Now he used barrier as well, which reduces physical damage, so now my physical attackers don't deal that much damage as well. Annoying. I think pretty soon his barrier will be gone though, so when that happens I will start dealing more damage with my magic spells. Okay, there you go. So his shield is gone. Well, he's dead already anyway. Okay, so that's the 4th out of 5 bosses. So the last boss of this dungeon coming up soon. Steal. Nice, I get the steal. The steal there isn't really important, but it helps in the boss fight after this. So this boss is similar to the Reef Kid that we fought like not that long time ago, with the same abilities, so I need to prepare my healers when he starts charging his abilities. And also, he also has a high dexterity, so a lot of my physical attacks will miss. So, kind of a huge RNG effect in this game. Should use it on. Using his on median, cause median will do a lot of damage against this boss. Oh, I quickly test this for this level 3 spell. That one requires a crazy amount of mana. So that's the last boss. And in here we found a record that mentioned of how the demon shoulder strength depends on their emotional strength. So the more confident they are, the stronger they are, and vice versa. And from that information, Yan Angwa managed to devise a plan to beat these demon commandos. So time to fight the demon commandos now, but they are super tough, so there's still quite a lot of preparation to do. So Yan Angwa wants us to divide ourselves into 3 parties. So 3 parties of 6 people each, that's 18 people. But we don't have the time to level up that much people. So what we'll do, we'll just use one party and have the first 2 parties being dead almost straight away. But the boss is still really tough, so we still need to level up a bit. So we'll go to an optional dungeon. Because this optional dungeon will let us level up 3 levels in 3 fights. So this is Luther, the exorcist that we meet like long time ago, where he's hunting down a vampire, and he found the vampire's hiding place now for real. So we'll go to that vampire's castle, and if you beat the vampire, then we'll recruit both the exorcist and the vampire. But this is any percent. We are not going to do that. We're just here to level up ourselves. We're just going to do 3 regular encounters. This one is easy, so should be done pretty soon. Daniel's die, doesn't matter. Yeah, that's first battle out of 3, and still have 2 more battles left. Also, this treasure chest gives us Diamond Dust, a really powerful healing item. Okay, 1 more battle, and after this, everyone else will be level 68, which is a good enough level to beat the demons. I want this. Unfortunately, kind of small right now. This Batman. Not good. Oh wait, the DM is still. Okay, so leveling up done, but we still have some shopping to do. Now we are going to... We have a lot of money, and we're going to spend it, almost all of it, on buff spells. So buff is the key of late game play in this game. The buff spells cost a lot of mana. Oh, first of all, we have to sell items first. The buff spells cost a lot of mana to cast, which is why it's not viable to use this before late game. And also they are expensive as well. But they are very powerful. So the main buff spell is called Haste. So everyone who play Chrono Trigger here would have been known about this spell called Haste. I think it's casted by Marl? How to pronounce it. But anyway, yeah, Haste allows you to move twice as much, which is really powerful. So first party, first and second party, we're not going to put anyone. We're just gonna have them instantly die. Bruce, my... And there you go. Time for the super boss fight. So, any one of you who played Suikoden 2 know about the Luca Black boss fight where you have to arrange 3 parties against him. So this is kind of like that. Although for this one, for the first 2 parties, I'm just gonna have them instantly die. So okay, these bosses, if you notice, Trevor earlier uses a spell called Desperation, and Sick will have a similar spell as well. Basically, Trevor will be able to debuff your party members every few turns, and Sick will be able to buff themselves every few turns. So if you don't beat them fast enough, they will be too strong for your party to handle, because their stats will be too high and your stats will be too low. So basically, against this boss, you need to do a speed run as well, because you need to beat them fast before they end up being too strong. Like when the fight is just started, they are not that strong yet, but they'll keep buffing themselves and debuffing you. And the start of this game, you use haste. So you use haste. So some party members won't be able to cast a buff straight away at the start because it triggers a lot of mana, which is why you use the chance to use an item instead. And again, so haste. Haste again. Haste again. Wait, crap, I make it messed up. Someone might die, this is dangerous. Someone dies, I think I might just be stuck there. Haste, okay, that was lucky, he doesn't hit Petra. Okay, now that everyone is haste, time to start locking. So lock will lock the buff for 10 turns. If you don't lock, then the buff will gun after 5 turns, and if that happens, then yeah, you won't be able to have the buff lasting long enough to beat them. So haste and lock is the most important combination of the late game. And there's also a lot of things happening in this fight, so you have to be careful here. Oh, okay. Okay, now that everyone locked, it might seem that things are going well, but it's not over yet. There's still definitely more happening soon. I shouldn't use my all, I think there. But of course, there's more to this boss soon. So here we go, time for the ultimate ability. So he'll use Annihilation Ray, which will instantly kill someone. So I have to restore them, and I need to haste on it again, otherwise he won't have haste anymore. And he also don't have the lock, so... This fight is actually not hard to win with the right speedrun strats, but I think it's hard to actually play fast. There's a lot of things happening, and I kinda mess up there. I don't think that actually matters that much. I mean, I should have healed, that was a mistake. But I think 6 should play it soon, and if that's the case, then we don't really have to issue anymore. Take die, please. Should be dead soon. Should be dead soon. This isn't okay. Okay, I should be fine. I think. I mean, this hasn't been going in an ideal way though. What do you mean using for speed? Okay, now that Six dead, I guess it's not so bad anymore. Although this guy will still keep debuffing ourselves, so we need to finish this fight fast enough before our party got too weak. Well, I think the routing is done for now. I finished the routing, but I've tried with like quite a lot of different combinations back when I was routing this. But I think I'm done with it for now. I think I found the optimal party, at least for now. Not sure if someone could came up with like an alternative strategy, but there's a lot of reason I could there's a lot of things I could say about like the character choices and all, but that would take forever to explain. And that game wasn't optimal. I let Daniel die in the middle of the game, which kinda makes things harder. But at least Daniel is a healer. He doesn't really deal damage, so it's not that he's the least important people on the party, I guess. And yeah, so this fight, a lot of people struggle with this in the casual playthrough, including myself. Back when I do this in my first playthrough, I can't beat them, so I end up just going to an optional dungeon to recruit optional characters, and they level me up a lot, which makes this fight easy. But for most people who just do this without optional dungeon, they struggle a lot. Well, at Lisi. Yeah, the main character is the least important member. I guess it's partly I use him partly because you are forced to use him in a way, because he's in your party. Like that dungeon half of memories earlier where you fight a lot of bosses, so we are forced to have two other party members, Deus and Yan Angwa, and you can't use them for that demon commandos fight. The demons fight earlier because they are in the two other parties. So I have to use Daniel for this section. And Daniel could still do a decent healing. His magic is not that bad. And his health is pretty good as well, so he's tough. Well, Daniel isn't really forced anymore right now, but I'll still use him because he's still a decent healer. And where do I go here? Right. So story time. Envoy from Almenga want to talk with us in the border. So we go here and we meet Gudrun, the best waifu in this game. So she was wondering that the Emperor seems to be keeping a lot of secrets, so she want to talk with us to ask us what do we know about it. But in the middle of the talking, this happens. So the spirits that are possessing the demon earlier ends up messing around with us, and we get sent into some kind of weird dimension. So this place, we name it Spiritual Plane. Seems like the plane where the spirits came from originally. And we need to find a way out of here. Gudrun refuses to join us though. She doesn't feel comfortable working with us, so she'll walk by herself. There is, yeah. Deus. So by this point, Petra isn't really good anymore, because to have a good melee fighter, you need to upgrade them a lot. And upgrading a lot, it costs a lot of money. So I abandoned Petra, and I swapped Petra with Deus instead. Not a bad idea. I think a legitimate criticism of this game that it might have a bit too much lore points, so that if someone loses track of it in the middle of playthrough, they could forget what's happening. Also, important item to pick here, it gives you 200,000 when you sell it. And this screen, your controls are inverted horizontally, so left becomes right and right becomes left. Oh, and I haven't even told, like, there's so many optional recruits in this game, so there's each of those recruits have their own story. Although a lot of them are pretty simple, but there's still a lot of the optional content in this game that I don't show in this run. And let's see, so this fight should be easy. And so we meet the spirit that possesses the commandos earlier, the actual spirit, and we are going to fight him directly. So he'll have a similar abilities to... Oh, is this? He'll have similar abilities to the demons previously. So we'll buff Bruce and Median, but we won't bother buffing anyone else, because buffing anyone else doesn't really help in this fight. This is because this boss is pretty straightforward. Deus is under leveled, but he still could do decent healing. Bruce might not, only Bruce will die. See, on dangerous position here. So Deus is under leveled, but that's fine, because this fight is easy. It's fine to have like one under leveled members, doesn't really matter. And Petra won't really do much because her physical attack is weak against this boss. Because she's Dark Elemental, and this boss is also Dark Elemental. I should have... Might be almost dead. There you go. And to save us, to rescue us from this plane, so the spirit that has been possessing Daniel all this time pops up. And we finally got to talk to the spirit. Alright, been a lot of action for like the past, like, I don't know, 30 minutes or so? 40 minutes? But there's a lot of cutscenes now until we finally get to the next war battle. So a good time to rest. So an old friend sent us a letter to meet him in Muspelheim, and this old friend is Clint, the banisher who hunt us like some time ago, but turns out he got completely defeated by Brunhild and he gave up his quest, realizing that he doesn't have enough power to do anything. Okay, we want to upgrade Bruce's weapon a lot here. Spending a lot of money for it, but it's completely worth it. So his weapon is now having a level 13 attack and level 14 hit weapon, which is really strong. But we only have the money to do that on one character, which is why we only use one melee character now, and which is why I abandoned Petra. And gotta buy some spells as well. Beams. And when we were about to prepare to attack the Alminga capital, another surprise pops up. So the Almingan Emperor invites us to meet him privately inside his castle, which seems ridiculous, and because the Empire is on the verge of losing, and we could just beat them easily, and going there alone means that we are at risk. But Daniel has been curious about all of the mysteries surrounding throughout the story, so he wants to talk to the Emperor directly. And because of that, he feels like he's not suitable to be the leader of this army anymore. Thus, he ends up prioritizing his personal demands over the actual over the what you say it over what the army needs to do. And he came up with a plan to make use of this invitation. So we have a secret plan, and we have to find someone to entrust this plan with. And to trigger the story, we talk to Ender. Eander feels the plan is too risky, but Daniel decides to do it no matter what, and he leaves everything to Eander to handle it. Okay, time for like a lot of lore dump and a lot of spoilers. So if there's anyone here actually seriously wanting to play this game, maybe you want to not look for like 5 minutes. So this is the part where we meet the Emperor, and this is where he will explain all of the mysteries, well, almost all of the mysteries behind whatever happening throughout the story. And basically, it's a lore dump full of spoilers again. So yeah. So if someone actually legitimately interested to play this game, maybe take a look away from for a few minutes. And in the middle of this talk, the Elysium army has come to the city. So war battle coming up soon. Press F to pay respects. Thank you. Okay, this final war battle will be really hard if you don't recruit a lot of characters. But again, of course, I have the glitch. I'll just use the glitch to kill everything fast. Although the enemy commander is tough and it's also surrounded by a lot of uh, units, so I can only have limited amount of party attacking at once. So I can't kill her in one turn. But this game has programmed the opponents near the capital to not move at all for the first turn. So the units that I station in front of those massive clump of unit there, it's safe. It won't get killed. So I'll just end turn, and next turn I'll finish the war battle. See, those units don't do anything. And that's it, the war is finally over. Well, of course the game isn't over yet. Last dungeon coming up, and last dungeon is long and have multiple bosses. Okay, so this dungeon is long and we are still a bit underleveled, so I still want to do one encounter. So anyone who plays Suikoden 2 know that the last dungeon is El Renewal. This one works similarly to El Renewal, where you'll have like a kind of like a maze with a bunch of locked doors, and you have to figure out where to go to find which doors is unlocked. Okay, level up battle is done. Now just gonna head straight to the bosses. This boss fight is kind of a story spoiler as well, and it's a dual boss as well. So this is going to be a one-on-one fight. One reason I need to level up earlier is because of this boss fight. If I don't level up, then Daniel is too weak, and he'll die pretty easily. Oh, also I forgot to note just now, like Leonis's dialogue has a huge Xenogears reference, but I forgot to highlight that. And basically the strat is we haste and we lock. Oh, actually I locked a bit early. That's a mistake. I should have locked this turn, not the previous turn. Probably doesn't matter, but still a mistake. And when we get injured, we use her to heal ourselves, and we have enough mana to use the level 3 spell, Solar Flare. So we'll kill him with Solar Flare and around 8 or 9 photon beams. Hopefully it'll be 8. Ooh, almost at that. There you go. And I think this dialogue as well is also Xenogears reference as well. Now the next boss fight is hard, so we are still quite a lot of underleveled, and the next boss fight could easily kill you if you are careless. Oh, thanks for the raid. Hey, one-eyed Deacon, welcome. Well, this run is about to be over, so you raid at the right time perhaps. Yes. Herb. Number 4. I don't really need it. Actually, it's not so good, but this is a marathon run, so I don't really aim for speed anyway. And so I already load up a backup saves like 3 times throughout the run, so I messed up. And dangerous boss fight is coming up soon, so I need to be careful with this one. If I got careless, I could get killed easily, because our party is still underleveled. Oops, I forgot to kill. And here it is, the best waifu of this game. So again, there's no special tricks with this one, other than the fact that we're just going to make sure we don't die. And oh, what do I do? First mage. Oh, I messed up already. Perfect. Go. Most of the damage here will come from Bruce, because Bruce is of opposite element to Gudrun, and his weapon is upgraded at a very high level, so he could do a lot of damage. And the mages could do quite some damage as well, but that's still not as much as Bruce. But Bruce is also really vulnerable in this fight, because opposite element of Gudrun, so Gudrun also deal more damage against him. Gudrun could possibly one-shot Bruce from full health. The chance is low, but it's possible. And so I really need to keep Bruce at a very high health every time. Otherwise, I could potentially just kill Bruce, which end up being disastrous. Slow anyway. I didn't even use diamond dust here. Okay, keep Bruce alive. Ooh, that's faster than I thought, and I also don't even use diamond dust. That's okay. That is weird. Usually I use like 1 or 2 diamond dust. It's a really powerful healing item, but I don't even use it here. I mean, I guess it won't hurt to not use it. And we level up like 5 levels just now from that boss, which kinda shows how underleveled we are. But that already brought us to a high enough level for the next boss fight. So this is second last boss fight, and this one is pretty straightforward though. Oh, I didn't do my equipment, so I mean it doesn't really matter, but right. Oh, also that runner link is not updated, I guess. Obviously I'm on a different name. So this is Brunhild. We fought her before, and she works similar to how she fought before, but we have haste now, so the haste makes everything easy, because she doesn't have the speed advantage anymore that she used to have. We don't need to cast lock, because this fight is usually over before the haste is gone. Oh, although we still want to cast lock on like a few of the characters actually. Yeah, still want to cast lock on Bruce and Median. Median, yes, we still need it. forgot to change my equipment of mine. That actually unnecessary. This. This fight will be slow now. It's fine. Do I need to restore? Probably not, honestly. You know what, I'll just lock one of them. This fight will be slow. Bruce might die. Does it matter to? Maybe not. We have my immediate left, by the way. Of course it is. Oh no, man! This is a completely original music from the dev. Anyway, enough joking. So yeah, this for those who aren't aware, this is a free RPG Maker game, and it uses a couple of soundtracks from some classic RPGs. I never played Final Fantasy actually, so I don't know which music this is exactly, but yeah, there's a couple of Final Fantasy music as well in this game. Anyway, last boss coming up. So, the last boss actually uses a brand label music from a metal band. So, it's not an RPG music, but it uses an actual brand label music. And I changed the music in case of the MCA. So, don't worry, RRLAT organizers, you won't get the MCAs because of this, because I changed the music. Okay, save game in case I mess up, but this boss fight should be easy too. Anyway, last boss fight. So you see, first of all, she have like a lot of these fingers besides her. So I want to kill a lot of them before they get to move. Cause if they get to move, then they will cast powerful magic spells that could deal a lot of damage. So I want to kill most of them before they get to move. And I'll set up my abilities in a way that allows Midian and Reo to cast a level 3 spell. So Inferno is one of the level 3 spell, and after this I'll have Midian cast Dark Matter as well. Dark Matter, so a Chrono Trigger reference there. Die as well? Okay. Alright, it's only 2 is fine. Summon dust on this one. Now that the fingers are getting cleared, we could start casting locks to lock the haste. Oops, I made a mistake. Stupid mistake. This is bad. I can't use lock on Bruce, otherwise he'll be permanently stunned. Whoops. So Wild Attack is an ability that allows you to deal more damage, but you will also stun yourself. And when he's locked, he won't get stunned because he's locked. But I forgot that I used the Wild Attack before he uses lock, so that's a stupid mistake. And he got stunned right now. So I think I need to cast haste on boost kind of this, I think. Damn, I need to cast haste again. That's stupid. But anyway, so of course the boss will have more surprises as well. And the first surprise should be coming up soon, I think. There you go, so in Vertigo, a huge damage spell that deals so much damage at once. Median is almost dead from a full health there. But we have Diamond Dust to counter that. So second surprise will come up in the 2 turns. And while waiting, we'll just keep casting Eclipse. So this boss is like elemental, and which is why before this fight, I buy a lot of Eclipse, a Dark Elemental spell, because the Dark Elemental spell will deal a lot of damage, more damage, because it's opposite of light. And second surprise should be coming up here. Resurrection, so all those fingers that I just killed, I'll resurrect at full health. Like, it looks easy to kill the finger with the way I do it here because I set up my abilities right, but I remember on my first playthrough, I spent forever to kill these fingers and they just resurrect it straight away like that. And cost a lot of time to deal with it again. This boss fight is actually legit hard if you are not prepared, but the way I'm doing it, the speedrun is actually easy. Should be dead soon. There you go. And there you go, that's it. So that's it for this game. There's still about 2 minutes of dialogue until the time is over, so don't end the time yet. And yeah, so finally, Daniel got to reunite with Brunhild. They got to live happily ever after, and get back as a family together. And live happily ever after. Oh wait, never mind. Feels bad, man. Yeah, thanks for the GG. So yeah, I think there's still about maybe about 1.5 minutes of dialogue ends, and after that there's a 8 minutes 5-minute character epilogues if you guys want to, and 3 minutes of credits. So for the organizers here, yeah, feel free to tell me when you want to end this run. If it's early, if it's too early, then I could show a bit of optional content. Otherwise, I could just finish this straight away. Agree, Peter Juicy. I agree. That's one of the flaws of this performance. Well, okay, actually this game does have a few curse words. Like at the start of the game, I think one of the bandits that we meet uses shit. And I know there's there's one time bitch is used. I think a son of a bitch, there's one, anyway. That's, okay, never mind, that's not a good note to end this run. But yeah, there's I think one time bastard is used at least, and okay, yeah, I could show a bit of optional contents after this. Well, I could show the credits first beforehand. It will take about 8 minutes. So yeah, and the ending where all 3 countries are finally reunited, and Daniel decides to walk away and explore other countries. So if any one of you have played Suikoden, it's a typical Suikoden ending, where the main protagonist refuses to be the leader and chooses to explore other countries. And Jovian is the one who gets elected as the president of Elysium. And so, just like a Suikoden game, each character will have an epilogue of its own. And as the epilogue mentioned, Ayaya is married. So sorry guys, whoever who thinks Ayaya is a good waifu, she's taken. And I think if I remember correctly, we recruit 35, I think, out of 75, with 8 of them being optional characters. So yeah, the 40 characters that we don't recruit, it'll be shown here as black and white. And yeah, they told you the name of this character, so it could be kind of a hint of where the character is, I guess. Kills Batman, Delita X, UMW. And yeah, as you see, there's a lot of optional characters here, so there's a lot of optional content I didn't show in this game. I'm actually currently in the middle of working like a post-game route of this. So there's a post-game bosses that you could access after you recruit all 75 characters. So it's pretty close to 100% run. You have to recruit all the characters and then you beat the post-game bosses. It'll be a pretty tough run. Oh, hang on. I forgot. Have the timer ends yet? I forgot to signify the... I forgot to tell the organizer about the timer. Because the timer ends at the last dialogue. But yeah, I estimated that post-game run will be about 2 hours longer than this. So if someone actually interested in this, watching this game and want to watch more of this, you could follow me. I'll be doing it pretty soon, PM. And first of all, I'll just go to toilet first. Enjoy the epilogue. Alright, got it, KitKat. Thanks. And I guess first of all, I need to, of course, thank the organizers of this marathon for letting me to run this and arranging a fun marathon to watch. Yeah, I haven't been watching that much, but yeah, there's like a couple of other fun runs to watch. Oh, and of course, if anyone here also likes Suikoden, in like several days, I think December 18, there's Alex Saster will do a Suikoden 4 speedrun. It's a 108 star speedrun where he recruits all characters. So that's something to look forward as well. And the credits of this game is also using a brand label music as well. So I swap it into another music from Suikoden 2. In case it got DMCA. Because, oh, I know in YouTube, my PB got a content ID claimed for the 2 label brand songs that featured in this game. I mean, it doesn't actually hurt the channel, but I guess it gives ads and it got monetized by the copyright owners and such. But yeah, this is one of the vocal songs from Suikoden 2. It's in Italian. So this game again, this game is made by a single person only, SCF, as shown here in the credits. So full shout out to him. It's amazing that one guy could just create a game with so many contents here, quality contents as well. Soon, pretty soon. I am routing on it. It's not really Hando, but I am it's like mostly Hando. Like I recruited all the characters and beat the post game bosses. So I am in the middle of routing of it. And yeah, it's shown there. That's where the music is taken from in this game. Final Fantasy 6 to 9 Tactics, Suikoden 2 and 5, Chrono Trigger Cross, Wild Arms 2 and 3, and Xenogears. And there's also a couple of Label Brain music. Thanks for the GG0. You came in just in time, just as the credits over. How's the Among Us? Oh, you played Among Us, right? Good time, cause I could show a version of Among Us in this game. Hang on, where's the good? I could show Among Us in this game. So one of the optional recruits require us to find a criminal. Kind of like in Among Us, where we need to find a criminal among a group of people. So, get down. Alright, chat. I assume you guys are very smart and able to detect imposters at 100% rate. So you guys will be able to solve this case as well. So here's a druid. He doesn't let us pass here earlier, but then he realized we are Daniel from Elysium Army and he wants us to help him. So here's the story. The druid elder recently died, and he died in a suspicious way. Well, he was found dead in the middle of the forest, and so they are thinking that someone murdered him. And also, this druid elder should have been powerful enough that he shouldn't have been able to be killed by regular monsters. Which means the murderer will be one of the druids who actually know his power. So, and yeah, so since they keep arguing against each other, trying to cast suspicions against each other, and Alex, when he found Daniel, he decides to invite Daniel inside to figure out this case and have a resolution. So we are equally suspect. So among these druids, there's an imposter apparently, and we are brought in to be a neutral arbiter, an independent arbiter. To find out who's responsible for the death of the druid elder. So here, previous master is dead. and he was murdered by one of us. How can you be so sure of that? When we found the elder, his body had been torn apart by wild animals. The druid is the ultimate guardian of these woods. His power is such that no animal would harm him. He couldn't have been attacked, unless one of us used their own powers. Okay, never mind. We found the imposter, guys. Never mind. Okay, runs over. Anyway, yeah, so there's no way the elder could have been killed by animals. It wasn't done by one of these druids. So, exactly. So, we need to talk to everyone. We look at the alibis. So, Marquette here says, Fardak has a lot of accusations, but the truth is, I saw him outside that night through my window. Wonder what he's doing. So, yeah. Marquette saw Fardak being suspicious, walking out of nowhere for no reason. Miltanis, on the night it happened, Fardak came over to discuss some things with me. He stayed until the morning, so it couldn't have been him. So yeah, so Miltanis is backing up Fardak's alibi. So is he confirmed, or maybe both of them are sus? Have you spoken to Rifalna yet? So Rifalna is the one who reports the body, just like in Among Us where you found a body you report. So he suspects Rifalna self-reports. At the time of the incident, everyone was spread across. Anyone could have gone outside unnoticed. So yeah, Shorak said like anyone could have gone anywhere unnoticed. It cannot possibly one of the elder members. We've known them for so long. I can't imagine them committing such an act. And he said there are two newer members that he can't really trust, Qualet and Marquette. So you see Marquette casting suspicious on Fardak, and Fardak casting suspicious on Marquette. So two against each other there. And this is the one who reported the body. It was a horrible sight. I had to scare of animals, but I realized it was him. Is she self-reporting, guys? So it seems Lutaris was thinking of selecting Fardak to succeed him instead of Shorak. Ooh, Fardak is mentioned again. Now eldest member is sure to take his place, which is Shorak, quite convenient. Possible power struggle here. So when I went to bed, Alex was here, reading. The morning I found him fast asleep at the table. I doubt he went outside at night. So you guys are taking notes, right? Right? So we talked to Alex after talking to everyone. He said some things are still unclear, so we need to talk with some of them again. So some of them will have a second input to this. Yeah, I was raised at Keto Temple and I never hurt anyone. The location of an elder, it's in the flower field north of here. I go there almost every morning. So isn't it strange that, so I guess this is like killing a crewmate in a cafeteria or in admin where everyone is always together. Makes sense, right, guys? Who played Among Us? So if he got outside that night, I'm sure you noticed.